So we're gonna kind of, since for kind of starting things, we're gonna say that you guys are a group that has just sort of finished in some adventuring and is now moving towards um, another town, which you guys have um, received a letter stating that the barony of Dardun has been plagued by a bunch of crimes that have been perpetrated underneath the darkness, and the Baron Stockmer has sent a letter requesting that you guys come to help out. Do you guys want to talk about your characters just briefly? We can go from left to right if you want to. We'll start with on the Kursk, and then we'll say Zeke and Snark.
Okay, Curse is a half-elf fighter. Just a little bit of background on him. He was raised in Flea Bottom, hence his last name. He's also very touchy about his orcish background, and actually he tells you guys that he's actually human, and he's got like a little disguise kit because he was an urchin, and he disguises himself as human as possible. He wears a beard and long hair to cover up as much of the features of his orcish heritage as he can.
Alrighty.
And
Yeah, go
that's
ahead.
about it.
Oh, no, if you have others, that's fine.
Well, he's got a few things of, his abilities. He's a fighter. He was, like I said, he was a fighter. He's very protective of himself and his things. Um, you know, he he's also thinks that people should take care of themselves, and if they can't take care of themselves, they kind of get what they deserve.
Nice. Osei?
Yeah, so Osei Udekie is a wizard, and he's a Tarami human, but he's from near the inner sea. I didn't really pick a place, but basically his story is he's a discredited academic. I added a bit in my notes page if anybody wanted to look at it, but he spent his life work studying the field of thanatology, which is the study of death and the afterlife. And I know what you're thinking. He probably should have been a necromancer, but he's not. He's a divination wizard. But what happened was his life's work he carries around with him, and he had theorized that it was possible for creatures to return to life after death, not as undead, but fully alive. In essence, that there was a possibility to cheat death itself, not the physical means necessarily, but the ends of it. And that theory included the intersection of both divine and demonic means as the explanation for the process. But basically, all this research was scoffed at by his peers, and he was barred from teaching ever again in his homeland. And even the vast majority of his students have disavowed his instruction. So he's kind of a shell of who he used to be, and very protective of his work. It's what it's what he's always got with him, and he's always wanting to teach and talk about whatever it is he's got on his mind.
Excellent. Thank you. Zeke?
Yeah, so Zeke is pretty standard guy. He kind of grew up middle upper class. He's was in a jewelers guild, just making jewelry, that sort of thing, gems, cutting gems. His father did it. That's what he grew up doing. So, but he's not like overly, he's not overly rich or whatever. He's just, he's not poor and not an urchin, nothing like that. He The fighter was mainly like a protection type thing. That's why he got into it, just making sure, you know, jewelers, make jewelry. Obviously, it's just kind of
Sure.
protection, that sort of thing. Anyway, he is. Let's see here. Like kind of a neutral guy. Like he doesn't necessarily believe in helping others or harming others. He just kind of mainly it's all about business for him. Everything is business. It's all about making a buck. He won't screw anybody out. He's very fair though. He doesn't want to screw anybody out of money if he didn't actually earn it. He won't steal from anybody, nothing like that. Um, but it's all about it's all business for him. That sort of thing.
Oh, alrighty. Excellent. Snark?
So Snark's from an Uh, he's from an elder tribe, and he's from the Grumsh bloodline, supposedly. And he got picked on a lot when he was younger, and his family got sick, and he kind of took a pack, per se, almost like a warlock, to do good and help people in order for his family to be helped. So he's on a mission to keep his word.
Okay, excellent. Alrighty. So you guys, like I said, have adventured together before, so you know you guys pretty well, and you guys have gotten the letter, and the letter had said that from the Baron, that the good people of Dardun had been terrified at night, and it all began a few months ago when common things started disappearing, like boxes of nails and rope and canvas tarps. And if somebody left a hammer out or something, he said it'd be stolen. But then these thefts became more and more frequent and brazen, but they always happened in the middle of the night. Finally, a farmer had woke up in the morning and found some chickens were gone and some fence posts. And then 2 nights ago, he says the situation grew very dire. He said there was 2 local youths, Kevmar Windsnap and his younger sister Zeta, had struck out to solve the mystery by themselves. Unfortunately, Kevmar's body was found later in an open field, and his sister's now missing. The Baron says, we need some true heroes to come help us solve this mystery of Dardun. So as you guys are kind of continuing along the White River, which is the road that does head into the village of Dardun, you guys see that the village is pretty small. There's a general store, and there's an inn there, and sort of a kind of a large building that's used for harvests and whatnot. Kind of looks like a elevator, if you could think of an elevator of local times now. And there's a few little thatched roof hovels that kind of dot the farmland surrounding the town. And as you're walking along the dirt road, you see the small village that's up ahead. There's some farmland, some vineyards and apple orchards. You see a woods cut sign that's swinging in the breeze that reads Dardun. You see a bunch of farmers are kind of in the middle of the town, though, as you can see quite in the distance. Sort of looks like they're embroiled in kind of a heated discussion.
Calm down, calm down. Let's figure this out civilly.
You're saying that to the people in the city?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm just gonna passively just listen and see if I can gather what's going on without asking too many questions.
Okay.
What seems to be the problem here?
So you see that there's an aging farmer. He's bald except for a little bit of graying hair kind of in the center. He kind of looks over to you, and he sort of startles. He says, whoa, oh my God, who are you guys? The great lords, they've sent in half-orcs.
We're passing through. I'm a noble half-orc, and I can help you figure out your troubles here.
He seems kind of put off. He sort of looks over to over towards the rest of the group, and he says, good humans, come on over here. Bearded man, come on over. Human, you look awfully big, though.
So what seems to be the problem?
Well, your big buddy kind of scared me a little bit there, but it appears that I hope you guys have been sent to help us. Is that true?
We have. The Baron has sent us to help you. And don't be afraid of Snark. He is a good half-orc.
Okay, I hope so. We've had a lot of misgivings, and the gods have been very rough to us lately. Have you heard about the murder?
Yes, I understand there was a murder of one individual, and there's somebody that may be missing also.
Yes. Oh, it's so sad. It's Zeta. Her mom and his mom is just distraught at home. I have to tell you. We haven't had a chance to bury the body yet. So if you want to see it, it's available. I'm sure some of the town folk will tell you some stuff too. Come with me. Come talk to me if you need any help or anything.
And what is your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Matt Zog. The villagers kind of all solemnly nod, and one of the young women there says, Matzog is kind of the leader of the town. He'll help you, no doubt about it, if you have any questions.
Well, I think we should go ahead and take a look at the young man that has passed away. Somebody take us there to where he's at?
Yes, of course. Matzog kind of nods his head. He says, he's up in the field if you want to follow me. The rest of the people kind of sort of scatter about. You see them kind of going back into where the inn is at, and a few kids kind of curiously peer around the corners, kind of looking at you guys. Over a little bit of time, he's kind of walking you guys, and he says, it ain't right what they've done to Kevmar. He was just a boy. I don't know why they butchered him like a pig. They did. They left him to bleed out. Whoever done this ought to be brought to justice. That's for sure. He's kind of talking about it as he's walking.
I understand. When we look at Kevmar, how was he attacked? Was it maybe a weapon or something, or what?
He says, I'm just a simple farmer folk. It's hard for me to tell. He was so mutilated. Oh, you see him. He kind of looks a little green and queasy. He says,
steady yourself, good man.
Oh, thank you. He's like, I'm glad the big guy's behind. That's for sure. Oh. So as you guys are kind of walking, you see that there's actually a wagon that's now in town, and Matzog kind of looks over and sees somebody standing there next to the wagon. He says, Orgok, did you bring his body into town? Orgok kind of shrugs a little bit. He's a small halfling, and there's a kind of a small pony that's kind of attached to it. And he kind of shrugs his shoulders and nods his head and kind of puts his head down. You can see some tears kind of come down his face. Matzog kind of leads you over to the wagon, and the wagon's kind of buzzing with flies and everything. And you see there's a tarp that kind of covers this small, probably a older child's body underneath.
I very interestingly will approach, as this scene is not something that really bothers me, as I'm very familiar with being around dead bodies before. It's piqued my interest, and I would like to peek under this tarp and take a close investigative look at the body.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll an investigation. So the Maddox sees you walk over and he says, a man who knows what he's looking at. I can see it in your eyes. He says, have you done this before?
Yes, lad, I've spent many a years studying the dead, and my theories on the afterlife are quite intriguing. You'd love to hear about them, I'm sure, but I really must be getting to this. It has piqued my interest so much, and I am really going to be attentive to my work here as I slowly start to turn away and drift into my business of investigating.
All right. He says, of course, this is way too much for me. And he kind of you hear him kind of whispering something about Tempest under his breath as he kind of says sort of a semi-silent prayer. You kind of lift up the tarp and you see that the corpse is there. It's a young boy, not quite to manhood yet, and the corpse is sort of covered with puncture wounds all over on the front and back. Now for your investigation, what you can do is you can click on your skills tab, and then you see where investigation it says that, and then on the far right there's the +5. Yeah, you can grab that +5, so click and hold with your left button. You can drag it onto the chat or into the box, but we'll do the chat for now, and then it'll roll it with your modifier. And it'll say what it is.
Okay.
There you go. So you check this out, and you see that this definitely was, the wounds were resulting of what looks like piercing weapons, probably spears or javelins of some sort, and the angles suggest that the attackers were small in stature. Matter of fact, probably the same size as him. They weren't down-going, but they were actually at the same height.
I turn to everybody and explain this information to them, and I say, by the looks of it, this has to be some kind of smaller creatures, perhaps goblins. Are there anything like that in the area?
Matzog kind of looks over and kind of looks around. He says, we haven't seen any goblins. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, the area has been quite devoid of any sort of monstrous riffraff. We'll have the occasional wolf or bear sightings, but we've never had any goblins or goblin kind. Not even trolls, thank goodness.
Well, has there been any suspicious activity of any kind? Because these marks surely were not caused by any feral beast.
Um, he says no, not that I know of. He says the city here we're mostly have lived here all our lives. We marry within the families, and nobody has any ill will towards anybody. The children definitely wouldn't know how to use a dagger or a spear or anything of the sort.
I'd like to see the location, if that's a possibility, where the boy was found.
Absolutely, absolutely, we can do that. He says it was up on the field of the halfling. 1 second, and he kind of goes over, and the halfling had already started kind of walking towards the end, and he kind of walks away and starts to go to grab him. Zeke, in the far distance, you see something that sort of catches your eyes, and you see there's a large woman in a baker's hat that's kind of waving to you, almost insistently, like waving her hand, asking you to come towards her.
I casually walk over and nod as if asking, what's going on.
Sure. The woman kind of waves you over, and she says, I'm so glad you're here. I heard that there may be some people investigating these thefts. She says, one of my sheds here in town was broke into a few nights ago. No one's gone inside since. Can I take you there if you like? Maybe there's some information, something that could help.
I said sure, and then I kind of look back over at the guys and try and nod them in my direction. I don't want to go alone.
Alrighty. You guys gonna head with Zeke or him go out on his own?
I see Zeke and I say, well, Snark, why don't you stay with Onsi and I'll go help Zeke out.
I say, fair enough.
Alrighty. So Zeke and Kursk, you guys follow this lady in a baker's hat, and she kind of walks you over to one of the sheds, and you find that the door has sort of been opened, and it does appear that that something may have gone inside. The lock was broken.
All right. Well, I kind of look around and investigatively.
Gotcha. So go ahead and give me either investigation. Yeah. So you kind of look around. You see that the lock has been broken, but you can't really figure anything else about, anything, if this had happened or not happened today or yesterday.
While we're there, I'm going to look around the shed and see if there's any tracks that look different from human beings or anything like
Sure.
that. Small.
Yeah. You can either give me perception or an insight, whichever you prefer. While you're rolling that, Osei and Snarg, the halfling, comes back and he says, yes, I can show you. It's on a grassy field on the edge of the town. Do you want to wait for your friends, or would you guys like to go up there on your own?
I look to Snarg.
It's up to you, say.
I think my skills will be fine in determining what can be going on. We'll leave a message here. Let the party know to join up with us as soon as they can.
Okay. Curse, you look around and you see that looking outside the shed was actually a pretty good idea, because what you turn up there's a small purple crystal that's laying on the ground, and then you see that actually there's a trail of dropped nails from this building that sort of head up into the field.
I turn around and let Zeke know what I find and said, what do you think this trail is of the nails? It looks like nails are stolen. How far does the trail go?
So you see that the trail, you can only see the nails about 10 or 15 feet, and then it kind of gets lost in the grass. So you'd have to continue to the trail to see how far the nails go.
Possibly someone, was stealing it and just kind of dropped as he was going.
What is this purple crystal? What is that thing supposed to be? I'm looking at it.
Um, I think I saw that as we were coming in. Uh, I think it's from one of the nearby hills here.
Yep. Yeah, Zeke actually it does see that with the crystal. Um, Snarg and Osei, you guys are now heading up the hill, and as you guys are going up the hill, you guys see that there's sort of a glint of metal kind of up in the tall grass. The halfling kind of points and says, "He was up in this general area. Boy, I don't remember where it was at."
Is he pointing in the direction where we see the glint of metal?
No, he's not actually. The glint of metal seems to be kind of off to the left, in probably about 50 or 100 feet up the hill.
I'll go to where he points where the body is. I give Snarg an eye and a nod towards the other direction where the glint is.
I'll acknowledge with the nod and start heading off to the metal.
Excellent. So, Osei, as you kind of go towards the area where the body was, you see that the grass is kind of trampled down here, and you see that there is definitely some dried blood that's on the ground.
I'll investigate the area thoroughly.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me an investigation roll. Kursk and Zeke, are you guys going to kind of hang out there at the shed, or what's your plan from there?
Zeke, I think we should go ahead and link back up with Onsi and Snarg.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want to go investigating this trail on my own.
So I guess me and Zeke will start moving to where Onsi and Snarg are located at.
Excellent. So you guys head back to the wagon, and you find the note that says that they've headed up the hill to the north, kind of tracking down the where the body is at. And it seems pretty obvious. You can see him in the distance. It's really not that far away. So I'll have you guys kind of moving that way. Osei, as you kind of investigate the area there, you do see that there's some... my bad. Hang on one second. You do see that there's definitely some footprints that kind of wind through the field here, and about every once in a while you see some blood splatters that are kind of, or you do see some blood splatters that are kind of heading towards where Snarg is with the dagger, almost as if this was not really where the body had died, or where he had died.
So I look up towards Snarg.
Okay, you see Snarg's kind of digging through the grass, and Snarg, as you kind of go up there, you spot that there's a dagger laying on the ground that's kind of crusted in blood. You also see that there's several sets of clawed feet that have left impressions in the soft earth. There's a small trail of footprints that leads to the north, but kind of quickly fades away.
I'll back away and wave over, wave over a side.
Okay. Kursk and Zeke, you see Snarg kind of waving to Osei sort of pretty quickly.
I'll run over to Snarg.
Alrighty. So as you start to run over, you see...
as well.
Okay, yeah, you see the rest of the group kind of all coming up. So you guys kind of get there pretty close to the same amount of time, and you guys do see that, him there holding this blood-crusted dagger.
I'll say, I see, I found this blood-crusted dagger, and then I see some clawed feet running off, but I'm not very good at deciphering this stuff. This is your expertise.
Thank you, Snarg. Let me take a closer look, please.
There you go.
So, Osei, you look at this and you notice that the blood actually has a little bit of a tint of a little more sort of a violet color than you would normally expect from a human dried blood specimen.
What do I know about this purple, violent tinted
Yeah.
blood or whatever?
So you recognize that this is definitely not human or any sort of common blood from a race that may live with humans. So definitely not somebody from town here. However, unfortunately, even though you know that it's got this purple, you're not able to decipher exactly what type of blood it is. Unfortunately, because it's so dried that it's very difficult to tell.
Being a sage,
Yeah.
that I do not know this information directly, might I know where we could acquire this info?
Yeah, I think that this probably could be obtained probably from somebody in a large city or a large town if you were to take it to them. A wizard maybe of much more power could maybe cast a spell and figure out exactly what this blood is from. But unfortunately, there's no cities close around that would you be able to get to easily accessibly.
May I take this dagger?
Yeah, you can keep it.
Just for investigative purposes as a clue in case we might find something.
I say to say, you said that it's got a violet tint to it. We did find a gem over by that shed over there that was purple in color. I don't know if there's any kind of correlation there. You're the investigator.
Did you bring the gem with you?
DM?
Yes, he did. He has the gem with him.
Okay, we got the
Sorry.
gem.
Yeah, you guys brought it. Yeah.
Let's compare it then.
All right, I hand it over.
So you look at the gem, and the gem definitely has, it's very, very purple, but it doesn't appear to really have the same sort of color of purple that you would notice kind of on the dried blood as well.
I turn and ask the halfling if he might know of any such creatures in this area that would, that this kind of violet hue on the dagger might belong to.
The halfling says, "Boy," he says, I'm shocked you guys found that. No wonder you guys are very good adventurers. Oh my goodness." He says, "I've never seen blood like that before." And he says, "That crystal. Nobody here. We're all farmers. Nobody is a miner of any sort. As a matter of fact, there's no mines around that I know of."
I believe I know where the crystal itself came from, Jose. There's some hills around the area, and I know that I've seen the gym there before. In fact, there was a trail leading outside of the shed there, um, possibly leading towards those hills.
Before we head and check out that trail that you're mentioning, might I take a closer look at these footprints?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Yeah, so you see that these footprints are definitely clawed in nature, and they seem to go to the north.
I turn to Zeke and I ask, did that trail happen to be going in the same direction as these footprints?
We didn't follow the trail long enough to determine which direction it was headed.
Zeke, go ahead and give me a perception check. Curse can as well. Excellent. Zeke, unfortunately, you don't see anything but Kursk. You look down to the ground and you actually see there are nails that are kind of here and they're heading towards the north.
Zeke, there's nails here on the ground also.
Exactly.
And they're also going to the north. I suggest that we follow this trail and see how far it goes.
Lead on, my man.
I'm following the trail right now.
Alrighty, sounds good. So as you kind of continue up the trail, you see about 100 feet north from where you are, you see there's a what appears to be a dead body that's lying next to a rock. The
I
halfling.
halt.
Oh, sorry.
I
Yeah,
halt and let the party know what I spotted. That there's a body. There's a body up there near a rock. Is a halfling still with us?
he was, and he was just kind of chatting about, oh man, I wish there was this younger sister was here. She's a tomboy, and she never leaves the brother's side. Dead is what she is, most like. There's still no hope. Oh, the horrors that girl must have seen. And then you see the body. He kind of stops dead in his tracks, and he passes out. Down he falls.
How far in the distance is that body?
It's about 25 to 50 feet from here now.
I asked Zeke if he sees anything else from his distance.
Nothing I can see.
You guys see
I see,
Snark kind of takes off towards the body, but go ahead.
I see him going, so I'm going to follow.
Alrighty.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and move closer to the body. I'm gonna keep my distance. I'm looking for additional tracks around the body.
Yeah. Perception or insight, either one. Or investigation. Any of the three is fine. So, Kursk, you kind of look around. You're not really seeing any other tracks other than the tracks you followed. And you did notice now that there's some blood spatters that have kind of moved up this track from where you guys have come through.
So the blood spatters look like somebody was dragging the body.
Maybe somebody had ran a distance and they were bleeding as they were running.
Okay. Has the rest of the party caught up with us yet? And did somebody grab the halfling?
The rest of the party is with you. I don't know about the halfling. Osai, you don't see anything around in the distance. It appears to be a pretty peaceful day.
Can't figure out that stupid emote thing.
Try slash emote and then space and try typing it. Maybe that'll work. And then if you want to whisper, it's yeah, there you go. It's slash W and then whoever you want to whisper to, or you can grab the text and drop it on the character sheet themselves. But if you're going to whisper me, it's slash W space GM and then your message. So as you guys get up, you find that there's a dead kobold that's sort of slumped up against a rock here, and he's clutching a wound at his chest.
I would like to investigate the body.
Sure.
I would like to note the wound. I would also like to note the feet, and I would also like to note specifically maybe any nails he might be carrying on his person or any purple residue of that sort.
Alrighty. So it's pretty obvious that there's the blood that's there definitely has this sort of reddish purple color to it, and the wound appears to be from what you would suspect was a dagger that has been stabbed into the chest. The feet are clawed, and as you look at it, you notice that the fingernails and the toe claws appear to have some sort of strange dirt or dust that doesn't match the dirt that's on the ground here.
I let my findings be known to the party. Is that halfling awake yet?
He's out cold.
What good is a halfling for anyway?
I head over to pick him up and make sure that he's closer to us just in case
Alrighty.
somebody wants to come up.
So you pick him up pretty easily and carry him over. He's breathing. Obviously he's pale and sweaty, but still breathing nonetheless.
I'll pull up my water skin and I splash some water in his face to see if we can revive him.
Alrighty. He immediately goes, oh, I'm drowning. And he wakes up. He's like, what happened? Oh, he sees the body and poof, out he goes again.
Maybe he'd wake up if we cook some bacon.
I'm going to go ahead and take a look, and I know he investigated about it, but I'm going to search the body for anything, messages, any kind of gear or anything that the kobold might have on him.
Sounds good.
Did we find anything else?
Yep, you sure did. So what you see is that there's a rolled piece of paper in one of his pockets, and this piece of paper shows what appears to be a technical drawing for a wing made of canvas. The scribbled measurements on the wing appear that it's of over 10 feet long, and you find it interesting that a kobold would have written this out in common.
I passed the note to Onsi and said, "What do you make of this?"
I suspect that these kobolds are probably working for somebody other than just themselves. I wish I knew where this residue that I have found underneath these fingernails came from, because it is certainly not from here.
If you want, you can try. Let's see here. Anybody have nature? You could maybe do a nature check. Or unchecked, you can do nature, that's fine.
I have a +3.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, looking at this, you're not sure where this has come from. You've never seen this this dirt that's underneath here.
Do we see anything else in the area that might be more tracks leading in another direction?
Yes, you do actually. You do see that there's some tracks that lead definitely to the north, which does lead into the woods as well as up towards the foothills.
I say to Snarg, well, you were the one who took off sprinting in the first place. Up for another little jog, my man.
Yeah, I'd like to find more of these guys and who's responsible for this.
All right.
I suggest that maybe we should take the mayor back, the town leader back to the town, do a little more questioning there, and understanding that it looks like the kobolds may have killed somebody, and see if we can find any more information before we continue on. We know that the path from this body goes north.
Yeah, I definitely suggest that we take the halfling back.
I think that's a good idea. I'm thinking I could use some torches or anything of that nature if I could find something in town.
Yeah, this town probably has some torches someplace, you would assume, since they're pretty easy to make, and people would be, there's humans and whatnot, so they don't have dark vision.
I have torches, by the way.
Okay. So you guys kind of collect the halfling and go back to town, I assume, from which the discussion is. As you guys are heading back into town, the halfling finally wakes up, and he's grateful for you guys carrying him, and he says, please, just let me, you can put me down. I can walk now. I feel okay. And so he's kind of walking behind you. You guys walk into town, and it appears that most of the people go to the inn this time of day, probably to kind of talk about what they've done for the day and drinks and whatnot. So probably would be your best bet.
I'm
I
going to find it.
say we go to the inn.
All right. As you guys walk in, you see several people are in there. They're drinking some local drinks and eating. Appears to be mostly men and adults. Some women in here, but mainly kind of probably the head of the households, and no children are able to be seen in the building themselves. When you walk in, kind of a hush comes over the building, and everybody kind of looks towards you, and you see Matzog, the leader of the town, is in there now as well, and he kind of comes up and says, "So, any luck? Have you found any information?"
I look towards Osei, expecting him to talk about the kobolds. I see Osei walks off, so I kind of I explained that yes, we believe that kobolds have been behind the attack.
So suddenly, one of the plump farmer, kind of sitting at a table, kind of stands up and he says, "I've seen one of those monsters."
Really? Where'd you see it at?
He says, they were outside of town in the trees. He seems to be really nervous.
Um,
He-
are you okay? Yeah.
I'm fine. They look like little dragons. They look like they did. Yes, and they flew with big bat wings. They carried off some of my sheep. I can't believe it. All of a sudden, he sort of back. He's like, well, I don't think I saw him very well. It was dark. There was shadows. I'm not sure. They made some yipping noises. I'm not sure what they are.
Um, I just try and reassure him. It's okay. Nothing's gonna hurt you. You're okay.
He kind of looks down to the ground. He doesn't really keep any visual eye to eye contact. He seems really nervous in your presence. He says, I'm just a scared man. I try to be tough, but it's scary. He starts to weep.
Uh, Gently pat him on the shoulder.
All right.
It's all right.
Uh, he seems a little bit more reassured and kind of sits down, and his buddies kind of pat him on the back as well. You scared the crap out of me.
You got any idea where I could find these kobolds?
I love you.
I love you too.
Good night. I love you.
Anything other than outside of town?
I'm sorry, I missed that. My wife scared the crap out of me. So what was that again?
Oh, you're fine. I asked, is there any, do you have any idea where I could find these kobolds? Something more specific than just outside of town?
He says, I don't know. The ones I saw were to the south, and that's where my sheep are, and they took my fence too.
At this point, I'm kind of in a slight confusion here because everything else seems to be pointing north, and he says south. So I kind of looked at the guys and kind of give him a confused look.
Alrighty.
Maybe we could check with a few more of the locals in here.
Okay. Alrighty.
Possibly the innkeeper.
Yeah. So the innkeeper's like, I haven't seen anything. Borg over there, he's an emotional guy, and he's in here every night. Tipping back a few, if you know what I mean. He kind of winks at you a little bit. He's like, he's usually a good guy. I believe him, but I don't know, man. It seems like a pretty tall tale, don't you think?
It might be. Is anybody else saying anything? Or have you heard anything else? Any rumors?
The only rumors I've heard is people saying that stuff is being stolen. Like somebody said the other day half the roof was gone off their barn. I mean, who in the world would take the roof off a barn? Another one said that a hammer was taken, and it just I don't. It seems like there's maybe somebody in town is messing with us or something. I don't know. It seems weird.
What was the roof made out of?
The roof was made of wood, which is really weird because most of the houses here are thatch, but for some odd reason, man, they took these huge wood planks. I don't get it.
What are they building, a nest?
Maybe, huh? One of the other guys at the bar sits there and he says, "Well, I think this is all just a bunch of garbage. I think there's probably some band of ruffians that have come in and those kids went out there looking and probably stumbled on their where they're hiding out." He says, "I think that the Baron needs to send some of his guards down here and build a wall and protect us."
Ruffians don't bleed purple.
He's like, well, he says, I don't know. He says, I think that the Baron needs to do something though, and you get a bunch of people guys kind of cheering, hey, I agree, and kind of tap their mugs against the tables, and it seems now that you guys are sort of the center of the attention in the inn, and nobody's really talking about anything else. They're all kind of looking at all you guys. So the innkeeper says, "Well, what's your guys' plan? You guys have any thoughts on what you're going to do?"
Well, most of the trails so far have led north, other than the skittish guy saying that he saw kobolds to the south. So my vote's for north.
The guy says, he says, I really think they were dragons. I mean, well, they may not have been. I mean, they could have just been, something else, but they look like dragons to me."
I stand up from my table where I've been slowly observing everything, and I raise my hands and I try to calm the crowd by speaking to them, saying, "Everybody, we must remain calm, and we've received a lot of information today. We have a good lead, several, but we must begin somewhere, and you guys are not going to be helpful to us out there. Your help is going to be needed here with your families, with your town. The Baron has asked us to look into this, and we will do that. You can trust our judgment."
They kind of look at each other, and you notice, like, Matt Zog, who's sort of the leader, kind of nods his head enthusiastically, and the rest of them are kind of nodding their heads too, and it seems like there's a little bit of calm that has now come over the room versus, where they were kind of getting pretty upset there for a while. Innkeeper says, you guys need some drinks? You need some food before you go out on this epic adventure?
I would like to purchase some rations for myself.
No need, no need. We'll give you 2 days rations. We don't have a lot of food here, unfortunately. With all the stuff that's been going on, we've had a lot of problems with raiding and stealing of our stuff. But I do have some stuff back here that you can have. Just please find Zeta. She's a beautiful girl, and she always runs in here and brings in some potatoes or carrots every once in a while. Hands it to me. She's a great girl.
I thank him, and I will leave a silver coin on the bar for a tip.
He graciously takes it and kind of looks over to Matt Zog and he says, "Boy, these guys are a lot better than the last ones we had in town, aren't they?" And he kind of Matt Zog kind of gives him a look and he sort of shakes his head and he's like, "Yep. All right, drinks around, guys. Here you go."
Last guys?
Matt Zog says, "Well, the Baron had decided to send some people out because he thought that, that something needed to be investigated. But I have to be honest with you, they were, I don't think they were really adventurers. I think they were here kind of to just kind of take some stuff from us. And they left town about a week ago, thank goodness. But yeah, they're gone now. And you guys are a lot better. I can tell already. You guys have found so much information."
I'll put my armor on, Matt,
Okay. He
and ask him very gruff. So what else are you not telling us here?
he kind of sort of cowers by your large arm and things that are around you, and he says, "Nothing really. There's really not much there. I can tell you that there's definitely some people that have definitely seen some things out in the woods in the north, and there's some funny symbols on trees, and we don't know what it is, but otherwise that's really about it." He seems very uncomfortable.
I'll try and persuade him that I'm here to help. All right, well, just don't keep anything else away from us, please. We need all the information you can get.
Of course not. Of course not. You guys will have all the information I need, or you need, or whoever needs. Whew.
Did you say those were the trees and things? Did you say that was towards the north?
He did. Yeah, he says, yes, they are absolutely towards the north. There's this big oak tree that's out there, and it's got this kind of weird symbol that's kind of been carved in it. It's really kind of a disheartening thing, to be honest with you.
I pulled the party aside, and I think we all have an understanding that we should head north. But I asked them what they wish to do, whether we take off right away or wait around some more.
I'd like to take off right away and try and find this Zeta.
Yeah, every second we waste is lowers the chance that we're gonna find Zeta alive.
Well, what time of day is it right now?
Yeah, so right now it's sort of the mid-afternoon to early evening, so time-wise probably like 4 or 5 o'clock.
I would suggest maybe we stay for the evening and get started first thing in the morning. It'd be much easier to follow the trail and the tracks of the kobolds if in the morning instead of losing light.
I mean, we do have a half orc with us, so I'm sure Snarg can see just fine.
Yeah,
How
I can make out these little cobalt tracks in there.
how rested are we? I mean, leading up to this point.
You guys have had a very slow walk over here. You haven't had a pressed march or anything. So I would consider you guys, completely fully rested. And if you wanted to start at night, you definitely could. If you want to wait till the morning, you could do that as well.
I say we should go. I agree with Snarg. He's been with us for a while, and I trust this big lump of meat to find anything we need out there. He'll protect me at least.
I smile and nod over at Curse to see what he thinks.
The only thing I could think is if we do stay the evening, if they're coming and trying to steal stuff, we possibly could capture somebody doing that this evening. And if not, then first thing in the morning we take off and follow the trail that's in front of us.
Is risking Zeta's life that important?
Well, it is to me getting the stuff done.
I'll be going regardless.
All right, that makes up my mind.
I guess I'm going too.
Alrighty. So you guys kind of take off and kind of head up the trail and walk past the top of the hill. Again, kind of peering around, I assume. That you looking. You don't see anything that seems out of place. You definitely see, though, that you guys are now sort of renowned in the town, and people seem to be watching. And you see kids kind of running, 200-300 yards away along the field, sort of following your path on a parallel. Just kind of, you guys are sort of the thing in town, and you guys get towards the woods, and you notice the kids kind of stop at the top of the hill and strangely don't even go near the woods, as if maybe they've been told not to, or they know better not to enter the woods. The trail you're following appears to be pretty easy to follow now that you've know what you're looking for and have been seeing it, and it seems to be much more worn at this point, as if a lot of people have walked through this trail.
I would like to.
Please.
I would like to cast Mage Shield on myself at this point. Mage Armor. I don't know.
Okay, yep. So all you have to do is click that symbol, and it should automatically connect to you on your action tab. Actually, why don't you go ahead and just grab it and drag it onto you, because I guess you can cast it on other people if you wanted to. That's probably why it's not set that way. Just drag it onto your character on the combat tracker.
I didn't have it up. Hold on.
Oh yeah, no problem. There you go. Yeah, everything seems to kind of run off the combat tracker, so I usually have it up on the side. There you go. So you've got now mage armor on you. Snarg, you notice that the trail still shows signs of clawed feet, and definitely appears that there's a lot more traffic of clawed feet back and forth than you've seen up by the dead kobold.
Okay, we're seeing more cloud feet here. We'll say I'm gonna keep going.
Alrighty. So you guys continue following the trail, and you see kind of this gnarled tree up in front of you, and you spot that there's a crude emblem that's kind of been cut into the oak. As you get closer, judging from the dripping sap, it looks like the carving was recently engraved, maybe in the last day or two, and the emblem depicts a haloed dragon, so a dragon with a halo over it.
Do I recognize this symbol?
How about a history check or a religion check? You can do both if you want. The one that was asking if he recognized it, I'm sorry. Was that Osei?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Osei, you recognize that this is usually a symbol, a religious symbol that is typically carved into trees to mark territory for people's gods. Humanoid species typically do this, and the halo shows that this symbol holds sort of a religious connotation to it. Snarg, unfortunately, you're not able to discern kind of what this symbol means. Looks pretty gibberish to you. Anybody else wants to roll a history, they can.
Sure.
All right, maybe not. So you guys know it's a religious marker for some humanoid species kind of marking their god, but that's about all you can tell from it. The trail does continue kind of to the northwest at this point.
I'll continue to follow the trail, mumbling to myself, wing diagram, dragon lord, maybe a goat something, maybe a monk.
Okay.
Roll the perception in the tower.
All right. What was
Maybe
the
trying to.
perception
Go
for?
ahead.
Sorry.
For staying on the trail.
Okay, gotcha. And what was that? Somebody else I think was talking. I missed who it was. Sorry. So you're able to stay on the trail. The trail now is pretty well marked. Appears to be very well traveled. And oh, excellent. Thank you, Osei. Why don't you go ahead and give me a perception too? That way, I think I can use your passive. But if you want to be actively looking, just give me a perception roll. I'll use that. Thanks. Lovely. You don't see any traps or anything. Everything looks great. It's beautiful woods. Just kidding. But you follow the trail, and eventually you guys continue on the trail for, maybe an hour or so. And you're kind of getting into the woods, into kind of the higher mountains at this point. And the trail sort of leads to what you see is an opening, kind of an opening in the trees itself, and you see a pair of rusted iron rails that kind of leads sort of into a cavity that's cut into one of these small mountains, and it kind of disappears behind a heavy wooden door. At this distance, you guys are kind of in the wood line, so you see the opening is sort of buttressed with heavy wooden beams, and you see there's many small openings that are cut into the rock on either side of the door.
How far away are we?
You're probably about 150 feet or so.
Is it dark?
It's twilight, so it's getting pretty close. It's kind of duskish. There's definitely deep shadows.
Do we see any movement or anything like that?
Well, give me perception checks. Oh, nice. So you don't see any movement, but Krusk, you as you look, you see these small little slits. You actually see a small pair of eyes are kind of peering through the opening. The light is kind of the sunlight sort of reflecting off the eyes, and you can see these small pair of eyes kind of peering out.
I'll let the party know. I say those slits. There's something behind them. I see eyes.
Might we have time for me to summon a familiar?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I will cast it as a ritual, so that'll take 10, 11 minutes or whatever it is.
Sure. While he's casting this spell, what would the rest of the party like to do?
I think we should be getting cover right now and observing the entrance.
Okay.
Right. I'm just making sure I'm staying out of sight and standing guard.
Alrighty. So you guys go ahead and if you have, go ahead and give me some. Who has the best stealth out of your party? Anybody?
We got +2.
I've got +3.
Beats me.
Alrighty. So I would probably have whoever has the best stealth. I'll have you roll the stealth for me, as you'll be kind of telling people how to hide and stay out of sight. And so you guys are able to kind of get behind some trees and some brush, and Osei is casting his spell for familiar. And as you guys are there, it doesn't appear that there's any sort of alarm or anything that's kind of happened at this point.
Did I complete my cast
You
successfully?
have. And what familiar are you casting?
The owl.
Oh, yep, perfect. I'm sorry, I was thinking of something else. My apologies. Perfect.
I have lost that window, by the way.
Oh, okay, I'll bring it back up for you. Were you able? Yeah, did it pop back up for you?
Yep, I got it.
All right. If you need it again, just let me know. So you guys are kind of here. The owl has now appeared with Osei, and you guys are familiar that he has a familiar that he carries with him or brings with him. And yeah, you intermittently, now that you guys are aware that there's eyes, you see there's 4 slits. There's 2 on each side, spaced approximately 10 feet apart. And you see that occasionally you'll see a little glint of eyes poke off one slit, and then maybe eyes off another slit in the rocks. You don't see any movement on the outside, and you don't see any sort of patrols or guard patrols or anything. We're going to have a window opening up here in just a second.
Any ideas on how we're gonna get inside?
I could send my owl, my familiar, up there to scout ahead if anybody thinks that's a wise course of action. He is pretty handy when finding things in the dusk.
Well, I don't think that's gonna set off any alarms or anything, but I'm not sure because there's the big door there. I don't know what he'd really be able to find.
We could sneak up the flank while the owl searches. Come up from the side of the hill.
Right, we could do that. Are you wanting to go 2 on each side, or are you wanting to, well, I guess if we crossed the tracks, it'd probably catch us.
So I'm just putting you guys on the edge of the map. You're still kind of outside the map itself, so whichever direction you guys decide to approach, we'll move your tokens over there. But
Okay.
I guess it depends on which side the sun's facing, so maybe look and see which side has better shadows.
yeah, so it definitely appears that the side on the right has deeper shadows than the side on the left.
Sounds good to me.
Huh.
The slit is there. There, and then there's 2 on the opposite side as well. Kind of give you guys some frame of reference so you know where they're at.
Right. What about creating some kind of noise or something that would possibly lure somebody out? Or do you think that would just sound an alarm immediately?
When we all get over there, I would like to cast an illusion.
Okay. You guys are able to get over there without any difficulty, and it appears that you stayed stealthy. You don't hear any alarms or see anything. As a matter of fact, now that you've kind of moved around and you've been little bit more perceptive, you notice it is unusually very quiet here. You don't hear any wildlife or any signs of any sort of activity, maybe behind the door or whatnot. It seems very unusual.
Maybe they're carnivorous or they eat the wildlife. Possibly, I don't know. That we could use the owl as some kind of distraction to kind of get him out. If he lands in the open there and hoots a little bit to get their attention, maybe they'll try and eat him. I don't know.
Well, I
Yeah.
would go ahead.
I was just going to ask, during our observation during that 10 minutes while he was casting, all we seen was one set of eyes, did we not?
So you saw one set in one slit, and then those eyes would disappear, and then in another slit you'd see what you thought were eyes. So you're not sure if it was the same eyes or if they were different eyes. Fortunately, from the distance you weren't able to tell, but there definitely were. It looked like at least two of the slits had eyes that were kind of peering out of them.
I whisper to the group and say that I will cause a distraction on the other side from whence we just came, hopefully being able to draw the attention of anybody here out towards that area, allowing us to flank them. I would like to create a sound of, it is kind of just an audible talking sound, and the voice of the fellow, what was his name? I can't remember. The fellow from the town.
That's all.
Mazok?
Matzog.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. There's something at the western edge of the woods there.
So Zeke points kind of where the on the west side of the map, right where the mountain is, and right along the tree line. He kind of points in that direction.
Maybe we should wait and see if they'll let us in.
So you see two kobolds with a large giant weasel kind of walking sort of nonchalantly through the woods and coming up along the edge of the wall there. You notice that they continue around and they kind of have reached the point exactly where the mountain kind of turns into the alcove there.
Can you hide us inside?
What was that again? I'm sorry.
I was wondering if outside can hide us. I was going to whisper to him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if they're at that area, I will do that.
I'm going to ready my crossbow.
Alrighty. So you guys see them standing there, and they continue to walk along. I'm sorry I thought you guys said you were going to hide, so if that's wrong, let me know. And they
I'm
continue.
hiding.
All right, they continue along towards the door. Can I just have some stealth checks now that you guys are actively hiding?
And how do I so how would I cast an illusion in an area?
Yep. So all you would do is you would just tell me where the illusion is, and then you would click off the spell and what illusion it's going to be. And that illusion should have. Does it have a description in there for a save? I can't remember which.
It's my minor illusion cantrip. I
Yeah.
just create an object there
Okay.
or a sound, and they'll just have to make an investigation check to examine it to
Gotcha.
determine whether it is an illusion or not.
Okay. So what I would do is whenever I have anybody, at least in our campaigns, cast a spell in a certain area, I have them mark it with a little box or a marker. So what you would do is on the map itself, you would right-click the map. There's a arrow, a pointer arrow on the 10 o'clock position. I would open that up, and then you can use either a square, a circle, or the pointer. And then you just pick what you want to draw with. You just click on the map where you want it to be, and then drag, kind of hold down the left click, and it'll make the box or whatever you want to make bigger. We use that kind of for cone effects and everything else. So.
It's
Yep, right there.
well, I wanted it to be right there by the tracks.
Yep, got it. Where the
Kind of
arrow's
behind
pointing.
him.
Yep. And then, yeah, you grab the box and drag it if you need to and change the size. And then to get rid of it, you do the same thing.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to do a stealth check, but it's not working. I'm supposed to have disadvantage.
Okay.
And then it keeps failing, like LUA error or something like that.
Really? That's weird. So you're clicking the disadvantage button down at the bottom?
No, I've selected it on my armor under main. If you click on your AC there, it's a stealth disadvantage. I've got that checked.
That's weird.
Let me just uncheck that and then try and make 2 regular stealth checks.
Yeah, let's try that and see. Or you can click the down at the bottom left. It says dis. So if you click that and highlight it, make it red, and then roll your stealth, it'll roll it at disadvantage.
You just did it once.
Did it? Yeah, try highlighting that box down at the bottom again. Same thing, huh? Did it once again? Weird.
Yeah, it's highlighted.
Weird. All right, I'll take your the 2 rolls, so the 17. Thanks. All right, Osei, I'm sorry. And then you're going to cast what there again? I'm sorry. A minor illusion, and what's your illusion going to be?
It is the sound coming from there, that direction. The voice of the fellow from town. I forgot his name again.
Madzog? Sure, absolutely. So, what do you want the voice to say? Anything, or?
I just want it to be audible. Not that they could make out exactly what is being said, just that they know that there's a voice talking in the distance behind them.
Gotcha. So one of the kobolds stops and goes, "Oh gosh!" And they both stop and they're kind of looking around. Kind of look, and the weasel, you see his nose kind of up in the air. He kind of gets down, and he's got it, both feet kind of in the ground. And he's kind of pacing nervously. The kobolds kind of have their hand crossbows out, and they're kind of pointing into the woods, not really sure where to look or where something is at, but they're definitely searching for something at this point. Suddenly, the second kobold says something to his friend, and he immediately runs up towards the door. And you kind of hear him knock, and he says something. I have a perception from everybody.
Can I cast the voice again further back?
Sure.
So this will be off the map, but
That's fine. No problem.
a little bit, but back in that direction again.
Yeah. So we kind of hear that voice again. It seems a little bit further distant. The kobold that's still standing by the iron rails there kind of looks over to the other kobold and yells, "Arrak, Riki!" And he kind of points further into the woods. The weasel kind of moves a little bit around towards the wood, and you see the kobold kind of put his hand and almost as in a stay type of motion, telling him not to move. The kobold up by the door, some of you are able to make out the words or the sounds that he made at the door, and you notice that you hear kind of a boom, 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 sort of like some wood or something being moved from the door, and the door slowly opens just a crack, and you see him kind of talking to somebody on the inside.
I whispered to the party, I said, I think it's time we should go and get through the door.
I was just thinking the same thing. This might be our opportunity, because until now we didn't have an idea of how we were going to open that door.
I agree.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and roll for initiative. I see that nobody speaks Draconic, so if they're talking that way, I won't put any text in, but... Alright. Okay, so excellent. So Kursk, you'll be the first to act.
Does each square equal 5 feet?
It does, and I don't use the old diagonal rules. I just do everything's 5 feet. And the tokens are locked, so what you can do then is if you drag your character and move them in a certain direction, it'll move them and measure for you, and then you can grab that point where you stopped and it'll do angles and whatnot.
So a diagonal move is also 5 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
There we go.
So how do I grab him to move?
So I have to accept the move. So, but you just kind of draw where you want him to go. Oops, I flipped you over. So that would be kind of how. Did you see how I kind of did that, where I stopped the point and then I moved the point and stopped it and then grabbed the point and grabbed it? So that'll give you kind of a measurement, so that way it'll be a little bit more closely accurate.
Understood.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's all right. We're all still learning. So, so you see Curse kind of run up and into the area. The kobold and the weasel, as well as the other kobold, are all surprised at this point. So this is definitely a surprise round that we're dealing with. Oh, say you're up next. Or unless Curse, you want to do an action. I'm sorry.
I did. I wanted to fire
please.
my crossbow.
Excellent. Go for it.
I'll be firing at the kobold there at the door.
Alrighty, sounds good. So just grab your combat die and drop it on top of the kobold 12 on the map. Off your action tab. Oh, you've done this before. I'm sorry. So Curse, you take your crossbow, and as you're running, you fire a quick shot, and unfortunately that shot hits just on the top of the door, shoop, poof, and kind of hits the kobold, quickly turns around and goes, ah! Type of thing. But definitely with your running, it kind of made it difficult to take a shot. So say, you're up next.
I will. I will just fire a ray of frost.
Alrighty, sounds great. So kind of the same thing, Osei. On your action tab, you'll just grab the die of the Ray of Frost and drag it on whichever token you want to shoot it at. Drag and drop. Oh, yep, gotcha. Is that where you want to, right there, that position?
So I drag it on the guy on the map.
Yep, you can drag it. It's easier on the map because sometimes you may not see the number or whatnot, so I just drop them on the map. But you could do combat tracker or map.
If you control click them, it'll target them.
Oh yeah, control click will target the creature too. That's right. Thank you. All right, so you fire a ray of frost. Unfortunately, the ray of frost hits the rails right in front of you, and you see it kind of gets this crystallized type of frozen sight to it.
Can I move back?
Yeah, you
With
sure
my
can.
last 10?
Of course you can. Yep. Excellent. So you kind of duck behind Zeke there. Snarg's right behind you. Zeke, you're up next.
Do I have to wait for the movement to go through, or?
You're good. You can go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Zeke. You're gonna run over to him. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
I think you, if you just grab your token and drag it to where you want it to go, that'll show the movement. There you go.
Oh, it shows it on my screen. It showed it previously.
Oh, did it really? Weird.
Yeah.
I didn't see
Or
it on
maybe
my.
I control clicked,
Oh.
and I think maybe that was just showing me my distance or something.
Yeah, it was showing your distance to target. That's exactly what it was showing.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't apologize. It's okay. So you guys see Zeke kind of run across. Zeke, just as you kind of go across those two pieces of rail there, you do feel the coldness of the frost that hit the rail kind of come inside the boot that you're in, and then you're right next to the cobalt.
Okay. Did that
It
hit still go
Yep.
through?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Nice connection. So you connect right with the cobalt, slice through, and kind of cuts into the side of his arm. Right after Zeke, you do that. Kursk, out of the hole to the northwest of you, about 10 feet away, you see a rock come shooting through the hole itself, and kind of whizzes by. Whew, and then immediately on the opposite side, you see another rock kind of come shooting through. And you were dodging that one, and as you were going to the left, the rock hit you on the right, and kind of in quick succession, and kind of hit you across the side of the head on the temple. Poof. Snarg, you're up.
We're ready, my javelin.
Okay.
Did I see any of the rocks come out of the holes in it?
You did, and you see that they're very thin slits in the ground, almost like or in the wall, almost like murder holes. So, be difficult to shoot through.
Will my javelin fit in them?
It'll be a really tight to be a -5 modifier. It's pretty good cover. But it could. You could try, definitely. Be a tight fit.
When I finish my move there,
Alrighty.
and cast bless.
Alright, bless. Sure. Oh, say it'll be the owl that you're familiar with. Is he just going to hang with you, I assume?
Yeah, I will have him. I will have him help me.
Okay. Is he kind of staying behind you, or is he flying up high? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure what you were going to have him do.
Yeah, how about behind? He's got. I think for helping, doesn't he have to be within like 5 feet of you? Is that what it is?
Oh yes, yes, yes. I understand what you're saying now. Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, so he's just behind me, just hovering, there.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you can get an advantage. Yeah, I gotcha. Alrighty, Kursk, you're up. So it just got hit by a rock from the northwest, west, and a rock from the northeast. It just barely missed you.
All right, this time I'm going to go ahead and push up.
Alrighty,
I'm going to pull up my maul and give the kobold a whack upside the head.
nice. So you see him kind of run up and takes a nice big huge swing and kind of hits the kobold. And the kobold kind of goes flying up against the wall on the west side. Kind of hits unnaturally and sort of slumps down to the ground. Now the door is still jarred open slightly.
I'm going to go ahead and push into the door and open it.
Sounds good. So you see Curse kind of run sort of headlong after hitting him with the maul, almost in the same movement, and kind of bashes up against the door, and the door sort of flies open and kind of in a crashing type of sound. Immediately as you do, you notice that this trail of rail continues on inside, and you see there are 4 kobolds kind of standing inside. These kobolds, however, are carrying pickaxes and don't appear to be wearing the armor for combatants like the one that you just crushed. As the door kind of slams open, they kind of all look at you sort of in surprise. So Zeke, next to you, the kobold now kind of has sort of gotten his wits about him, and he decides that he's going to drop the hand crossbow that he has and pulls out his dagger quickly, trying to make a stab attack towards you. You notice that he aims similar to the way that he did towards the young kid, and kind of stabs at your lower legs and narrowly misses the leg. Whoops. My bad. Sorry. The weasel that's there takes a quick step in towards Zeke there and tries to take a big bite at Zeke. Zeke, you were distracted by the kobold trying to stab you, and he's able to get a nice bite onto your side. He kind of crunches down. Oh!
I want to use a bonus action to parry that.
Yeah, go for it.
And the parry wasn't built in, none of the maneuvers were.
Sure.
But it's supposed to be, I can read it to you. When another creature damages you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and expend 1 spirit order die to reduce the damage by the number you roll on your spirit order die plus your dexterity modifier. So it should be a d8 plus 2.
Sounds good. So you quickly kind of parry and sort of take your arm and knock the weasel away as he's going to grab onto the leg there. Nice. Oh, say.
in front of Kursk, I would like to cast, actually on his location, a minor illusion of a 5-foot high, 5-foot wide wall. Actually, let's just make it a crate. Let's say he's in the crate, 5 foot high.
Gotcha. So it's going to look like Kursk is inside the crate? Did I understand that correct? Okay.
Do I have to draw that on the map, or do I have to
no,
just say it?
I'm okay, yeah. So there's a crate that looks like Kursk is inside it, correct?
Yeah, and then I'm going to finish my movement up closer.
Sure. So as you move up a little bit closer, now you're able to see there's a murder hole right there. That's where you want to be, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So you're able to look inside, and you see that there's you're kind of eye to eye with this kobold, and his eyes kind of get big as he sees you sort of kind of run up next to the murder hole. And inside, you can see there's another couple kobolds that are inside that are kind of picking at the wall, have recently stopped, and there's another weasel that's almost just kind of patrolling that you can see inside as well. Alrighty. So the tunnelers aren't really sure what to think, to be honest with you. They see that there's a box that's kind of in front of the door, and they're sort of thrown back by it. They've never really seen a box sort of appear out of nowhere. Zeke, your turn. Zeke takes another quick swing with his long sword and
Do I have to drop that on the?
yeah, yep.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I can. What if that happens? What you can do is you can grab the number itself off the chat box, and you can actually drag it on the mob. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Awesome. So you take a nice big slash. Did we drag it last time? Did you hit? No, you missed him last time, didn't you?
No, I hit him.
You did? Did we put the?
I think I did 3 damage.
Did it go on? I just want to make sure it was on there. Just scrolling up to make sure. Yep, it did. Okay, good. Did it? Wait. Nope, it didn't.
Let me drag it too.
I did it. I got it for you. So he dies. He collapses. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, man, they don't have that many hit points. So he also kind of collapses. You slide his blade into his gut, and down he goes.
And then I'll.
Move 5 feet in. All right.
Right, I want to cut that weasel off from the rest of the group.
Gotcha. So you kind of step in front of the weasel as he appears to be looking at you, but obviously could easily slip by if he needed to, out of your reach. The kobold in front of you, Osei, kind of was sort of taken aback, and he haphazardly decides that he's going to try to stab you with his dagger. Unfortunately, it's a very small slit, and he's afraid that he won't be able to get his hand through, so he's kind of fumbling around a little bit. But he is able to kind of get his hand through it, and into the leg it goes. Kind of surprising you. You didn't expect him to be able to get his hand through that small hole.
Can I, in reaction to that, can I use shield?
You can. So go ahead and drag the shield effect onto your guy. And what I did is I reapplied the attack roll to you, which was a 20, which still ends up being a hit. So you put your shield up quickly, but unfortunately he's able to just get that dagger in before the shield pops up and kind of stabs you in the leg.
Oh, I didn't see that he crit. Is that what that is?
He got an
Is
18.
that what the 20 is?
He got 18 plus 2, so. And I think your AC now would be 18. Is it 20 even now?
Yeah, 20 even.
Yeah. So any other roll except for 19 or 20, obviously, but the other kobold takes a rock and kind of shoots it over at Snarg because he's kind of a big guy. Because Kursk is now a box, so he's not sure what happened to Kursk. And the rock goes flying by Snarg.
Did I see which murder hole that came out of?
Yeah, it was pretty obvious. You saw this rock come shooting out of the murder hole, which is kind of 2 squares above you to the north, 10 feet to the north. Yep.
I'll move up to the murder hole and the javelin that I have in my hand. I'm going to try and shove that through on it.
Sure, 1 second. So you kind of see him standing there.
Do you want a negative modifier or anything?
Just a -2. Any fight through the murder holes will be -2. Ooh. Oh, the fumble table didn't roll. That's all right. So you miss.
Alright.
So
I'll leave the javelin in the hole.
all right, fair enough. So yeah, you kind of poke through, and unfortunately, yeah, you're not able to poke through there. Oh, did you want any other moves, by the way?
Can I snap the javelin off and all?
No, you're able to pull it back through. It's my fault the table didn't work. So.
Okay. Well, I'll just leave it in there so he has a hard time getting anything through.
All right, sounds good.
I'm going to move my owl to that location. Can he hover above?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he can be 5, within the 5 feet above his head. Sure, I consider it a big circle around. Yep.
And I will let my owl help Zeke.
Excellent. So Zeke, you see Osei's owl kind of fly up above you, and he's kind of making noises, and the weasel seems to be distracted by him. It's like an advantage. Do you want him to help defend or to attack?
It's gonna help him for until my next turn, so he will have advantage on his attack.
On his attack. Okay, good, excellent. So the weasel seems to be distracted by the owl. He probably likes eating owls, I bet. That's what they feed him, probably.
Well, I'm assuming he can't reach the owl.
No, he can't. Right.
5 feet above him.
Yep. But that's why he's distracted, because he wants to eat the owl. He likes the owl. No, definitely, he can't reach him. No doubt about it. All right.
He's gonna have to crawl over Zeke's dead body.
Yeah, right. Or climb up. So, all right, Kursk, you're up.
I've got a question.
Please.
If I use intimidation, does that count as one of my actions?
I believe it does. I think using any skill during combat counts as an action, I believe. Anybody else can speak up if you guys know better. I'm looking right now.
Tim, is that a feature of the class, or is it
I'm just
you
using
want
it
to do a
as a
skill
normal
check?
one, but I want to use it in conjunction with my attack, so because I'll see possibly if I can break the morale of the kobolds that are in here.
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay. So let's see.
In addition to that, I'd like to use my action surge too, which I don't think doesn't cost anything as far as that goes.
Right. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with that. So you can definitely do the attack and try to intimidate them by your attack that you're doing. Sure. That sounds great.
Okay, I'm using action surge. I'm trying to intimidate the kobolds by my attack using my great maul.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Anything in particular you want to yell or do?
I want to let out a mighty, I am a half orc, but orc yell
All right. Sounds good.
in orcish.
Alrighty. I like it.
And I'm using my maul, and I will be attacking kobold 18.
Alrighty. Nice. So you kind of put out this big yell and hit this kobold, and literally his body goes flying down the tracks. It goes flying and kind of dismembers. Go ahead and give me an intimidate roll too. Wow. And as you do, all the kobolds kind of scream out in fear and horror, and everybody that's within visual sight of that is now frightened.
And since I used action surge, I'd like to make another attack on my second one.
Go for it.
Again, another mighty orcish yell.
Alrighty. You are able to quickly swing around and connect with that one. And his body goes flying into the back corner, back where the Kobold 5 is, and kind of slams against the wall. And all the kobolds kind of cower in fear at this point, and they immediately drop their picks and are kind of leaning against the floor, petrified, except for the two in the murder holes.
And I will go ahead and complete my movement.
Alrighty. It's right there, okay? Or do you want to be over one? Actually, over one? Probably right there.
That'll be fine right
Okay,
there.
great. I just wanted to get you off the line, that's all.
And that completes my turn.
Alrighty. So, the weasel in front of Zeke there, again, decides to take another bite at you, Zeke. Reaching down, he tries to take a big bite at the leg and just barely misses, feeling some frustration. You can see it in his eyes. Weasel 7 sees you, Kursk, and is kind of sitting against the wall. Almost looks like a trapped animal that doesn't want to move forward, but does look like he'll lunge if anything comes towards him. And then immediately kind of looks over to Kobold 11 and kind of nips out at him like that. And as he does that, he misses the kobold, but obviously the kobold now is as frightened as ever. I'll say.
How big is the opening between me and this kobold?
It's enough where you could definitely shoot an arrow through or reach a hand through, but that would be about it. And tall-wise, it's probably maybe 2 feet off the ground and goes up about probably 5 feet or so, or 3 feet. Probably 3 feet. They're small, so.
I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion. Can I see?
You can see everything in the room itself. You're able to peer through and see pretty well.
So between Kursk and that kobold on that far side.
Yeah.
I will cast a heaping pile of dead owls.
Nice. Right there in that spot.
No, a little one up by
Right
that. Yeah, sure.
All
I
right.
want to,
Cool.
with the hopes of maybe drawing that weasel away to do something stupid.
Nice. Alrighty. Sounds good.
If I move there, am I able to be attacked by that guy? I don't know if he has a ranged.
The kobold? No, he's not. He can't hit you from there. The kobold on the other side potentially could, but he would take a disadvantage because Snarg's next to him. If that's right, I think that's right. Disadvantage.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Alrighty, cool. You want to be on the tracks or kind of right next to? That's perfect. That's good there.
Right there, but kind of by the side of the door, kind of taking a little, leaning up against the wall, not so those guys can see me.
Gotcha. As you get up to the door, you see the door is irreparably broken from Kurska's barging through, and it's kind of hanging on its hanger. So you can definitely see Kobold 26 and 16 within the area there. But past that, it's very dark, and you're not able to see anything further down the tunnel. 11 immediately takes a step. She wouldn't do that. Takes a step away from the giant withdrawing and kind of cowers into the corner there. The giant weasel, so he's cowering. 16 continues to kind of hide, seeing Kursk and kind of watching him scarily, as well as 23 is hiding in the corner too. Zeke, you're up. So you see all the kobolds are kind of hiding in the corners. Zeke takes a nice big swing with his sword. Even without advantage, you're able to hit. And you slice through the giant weasel quite quickly. And then if you want to move more, you can grab the dot and then drag it to where you want to go next. There you go. Perfect. Zeke kind of runs into the room. The other thing, guys, I don't know if you knew this, and I don't think I told you, but at the bottom of the combat tracker screen, there's a little arrow that points down. That'll advance your turn, so that way I'll know when you're done. It'll advance to the next person. It's kind of in the bottom left, I believe.
It is.
Yep. So when you're done with your turn, you can just click that button, and that way I'll know. Perfect. So Kursk, the kobold that's immediately to the south of you, sees you kind of run in there, and he obviously is scared of you, but he has no place he can run at this point. He immediately turns his dagger and tries to quickly kind of slash across or stab you in the arm. As he does so, he wildly misses and kind of has a fear of horror. His eyes get really big as he sees you kind of lumbering over him. And then Snarg, the kobold in the murder hole there, also takes his dagger, tries to stab through to get you. Unfortunately, he misses as well. Or fortunately, depending on who you're looking at, I guess. Oops, I'm sorry. You got 15 more to go.
Yeah, drop my javelin on the way and pull out my maul.
Alrighty. You swing the maul and instantly connect with its head with a loud thunk, and his head collapses in and down he falls.
I'm going to do the same thing
Alrighty.
and let him help.
Zeke again.
Yeah.
Alrighty, sounds good.
5 feet above as well, too, if there's room. I don't know.
Yep, there is. It's about a 10 feet cavern. Even though that the kobolds are in here, it appears that the original tunnel going north was probably built by humans or some sort of medium humanoid. These side passages were carved out by kobolds. So they're still okay, Kursk. You're not disadvantaged by having to crouch or anything, but the ceiling is definitely rubbing across the top of your head.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, Kursk, you're up.
All right, I will again make another mighty orcish yell. It's basically saying an orcish die dragon spawn as I swing my mighty maul at Cobalt 12.
Nice. Like I said, his eyes are nice and big, and oh! Well, if we were doing XP, nice work. So his eyes gets huge as you bring down that maul. I don't even know how to describe that much damage.
It would be obliteration. So these small parts flying all over the place and smacking against the cave side walls against the other kobolds who are still cowering in the corners.
I love it. So there's like pieces everywhere. Kursk, you're now covered in like a purple, reddish type of blood. I love all the emotes. That's awesome. The weasel immediately tries to take a bite at Kursk as you move into the area. Being a frightened, threatened animal as he is, and of course he is so scared of you that he misses with the bite and essentially bites the dirt. Go say.
So minor illusion doesn't allow me to create a creature. So can I create a petrified halfling?
Sure.
Okay.
You can grab that blue square if you want to and move it where you want it to be. That'll be fine.
When I try, it just moves my whole window.
Oh, does it? Okay, I can grab it. Where would you like it at in relation to where you are?
About 30 feet straight down the tracks.
Sure. 10, 20, 20. Is that right? 35, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
A petrified.
Go ahead.
A petrified halfling holding a dagger.
Nice. So suddenly one kind of pops up right there. Both kobolds kind of yell out again in fear. Ah! You can hear it in their voice as they're cowering against the side of the rocks. Keep flipping everybody upside down. So the kobold to the south of Kursk continues to kind of hide, almost trying as if to kind of crawl into the little rocks crevices that they've kind of been digging, hoping that this horrible large human with the unnatural beard doesn't come for him next. Kobold 16 immediately sees the halfling and sees that he's now surrounded and must have some sort of fear of being surrounded. Immediately runs across the tracks next to the kobold on the other side and disappears into the western opening there. The kobold number 26, who's also kind of right there, sees the other kobold go to the west and looks like he thinks he has a better chance running to the north and immediately runs to the north. And also disappears.
Hmm. All right. I guess I'll try and help finish these guys off before I chase further into the cave. So I lunge at the kobold.
Alrighty. He sees you coming. He kind of puts his hands up as if to try to block any blow that you may do, even though they're pretty ineffective against a longsword. And kind of slices right through him. Cleaving off his arm. Snark.
I'm gonna move here, and as I'm running, just peek down the railway.
Sure, absolutely. So as you look down the railway, you see that the passageway continues to the north with looks like a couple rail tracks that are coming from the west that sort of connect into it, and then immediately about 5 or 10 feet past these two rail tracks that open up in a second, you see that the rails quickly dip down and down into the earth.
I'll move up to there.
Yeah, as you come around the corner, you see that one of the kobolds is kind of cowering in this small room that's over to the west. In the room, you notice that there's a large grate up. Whoops. My apologies, didn't mean to move you over on them. That's on the ceiling that appears to be almost as if it's like a ventilation shaft or some air that's kind of coming through, and you kind of get sort of a breeze kind of blowing through here and continuing down the tunnel to the north.
Where's that kobold standing?
So he is standing in the west, kind of cowering next to the wall, in that room where Snarg is at to the northwest.
I'm just gonna leave my action. If he comes at me, I'm gonna hit him.
Okay.
I'd like to move my owl there to see what's down that hallway.
Yeah, absolutely. So as the owl gets there, you see a room that's very similar to the one to the west, also to the east, which has a ventilation. He does not perceive any creatures in there. However, as he quickly turns his head to the kind of the northwest, he does see the part of the room that's above. He telepathically notifies you that there's some mine carts that are kind of sitting on mine tracks there.
Okay.
However, he doesn't see the second kobold.
I'll have him move and help Snarg.
Sounds good. Kursk.
Again, another mighty orcish yell and swing with them all at giant weasel number 7.
Alrighty. Nice. So you again hit him with a critical hit. Wow. You want to describe it?
There is mushed weasel all against the wall
Nice.
with the head that flew down and is falling down the railroad tracks.
I love it. Alrighty. The kobold 11 that's kind of hiding in the corner again. He starts kind of, you see him immediately turn his back to you, and he's clawing at the dirt almost as if he's trying to dig a hole for him to hide in. He is so frightened.
I'm going to hold in this position. No, actually, I'm going to close with him to block his movement.
Alrighty, sounds good. You hear this whimpering. So Osei, past the halfling there is going to be dark for you because I don't think you have a torch out. But I'm okay with you moving there, but I'm just letting you know it's going to be pretty dark.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was dark in here.
No problem. It's easy to forget. I usually forget all the time. I'll approve it and move you back. So you can decide where you want to go. Or what you want to do. You can pull out a torch and light it.
Did I officially buy one in town? I know I said I wanted to, but
I think Zeke said he had one, but I don't know if you guys technically passed it along. I would assume you would have, but
Zeke, do you assume we would have?
Yeah, I handed you a couple.
yeah, because he had mentioned he had some for you. That's fine.
Okay, so as I move, I will
Perfect.
have a torch.
Sounds good. So as you kind of move up the path there, and the torch is kind of lighting the area, you see that there is a door immediately kind of to the west of that room in the passageway, and then you are able to see that there are 2 carts there, and as you step there, you see that the other kobold is now climbed into the southern cart, and there appears to be something in the cart that's kind of large and covered, and he's immediately releasing the front brake as you come around the corner.
So is the cart moving, or is his hand just on the brake?
His hand is on the brake. It's not moving yet.
I'm going to cast a minor illusion
Okay.
surrounding the kobold
Okay.
with a stone dome kind of a thing. So it covers the cart, and it appears like it's a dome covering the cart, so he's like underneath it.
Alrighty. Sounds good. just want to see. He needs an intelligence check.
Yeah.
What's the DC on that? What's your spell save DC? Do you know? Let's see.
Where is it
13?
on my list?
I think it's 13. Goes up your wisdom, I
Probably.
believe. Is it your wisdom? Is that right?
Intellect. My intellect is +3.
Yeah, so it's I think that's it. But yeah, I think it's 8 plus your intellect plus your proficiency bonus. Is that right, guys? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, his intelligence bonus and the proficiency bonus.
Yeah. Okay. So 13.
Everything says 13. Yeah.
Yep. So he rolls 13 as well. So he is.
Can I use one of my
Sure.
die to make that roll a 5?
Yes, you can. So use that. He sees this stone thing come down, and he believes it. So he actually removes his hand from the break itself. And as that happens, the cart begins to roll.
Oh, I thought he hadn't done it yet.
No, he has his hand on the brake. That's what I meant by it. You want to try it again?
I thought it was his hand was on the brake and he hadn't gone to release it yet.
He hadn't, but when the stone came down, he believes the stone's there, and so he releases his hand because he thought. Is that what you meant? You put a stone around the cart? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, that's what I meant. I thought that it would distract him from releasing the brake
Oh, I
and
gotcha.
actually moving it. I thought his hand was on it and he hadn't yet released the brake, and so he would take his hand off. That's what I thought. But if that's the way it'll be, that's fine.
Oh, no problem. I just thought that he was holding the brake. Kind of. I see what you were saying. You're saying the brake was engaged and he was about to pull it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I was trying to stop him from doing something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I'll take that. I mean, that's fair. Otherwise, you would have had a different illusion. So, no, I got it. That's cool. All right. Any other movements, Jose? I think you could move 5 more, I think, if you wanted. 5
Yeah,
back.
I'll just move 5 feet back.
Excellent. Great. Alrighty. Let's see. So 11 continues to kind of dig into the dirt, trying to get into the ground there. 16 just sort of cowers. He's kind of petrified from you, Snarg, as well. And 26, we already talked about his kind of sitting still, not sure why he's encased in stone.
Did I hear that break get released?
You heard Osei cast a spell. You can give me a perception check, and we can see if you can hear it. Yeah, you definitely heard something, like metal against metal kind of up to the northwest, but you're not sure what that noise was. Definitely wasn't a noise that you would expect, though.
Okay. So sprinting, I can give up my action to move double my speed, right?
Yep.
Is that how that works? Okay.
I think it's dash, I think, but yep, sprint, same thing.
Either way.
Yep,
let
I'm with
me
you.
count this out real fast. So 5,
Sure.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 to get to him.
Yep. So go ahead and move your token where you want him to be there.
Yeah, hold on, I'm moving.
Sure.
Every time I talk, I like fill chat up with the tilde key. I need to change my.
I do the same thing. I use mouse button 5. It does it to me all the time. Perfect.
Okay, and then
Zeke, can I have an intelligence check from you, please?
Yeah.
So you kind of come around the bend and you see this cart, and it seems to have this stone metal dome around it. Is that a good interpretation, Osei?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. I just want to make sure. But Zeke, you immediately recognize that this is one of Osei's famous illusions that he typically throws to kind of throw off creatures.
all right, and I want to use my action surge.
Okay.
If I can find out where that is.
That's all right. You can do another action. That's fine. It's on your action tab, I think, but it doesn't really do anything. It just marks it.
Or I have to put it on me, I guess.
Alrighty.
There we go. I just want to make sure it was marked as used, whatever. Yeah, then I'm gonna attack this guy. Like, I don't know how that works. I can't see through it, but I pretty much know it's there. I know he's there.
Yeah. So, we could do just a -2. So you know he's there. You know that something's in there.
Okay.
Treat it kind of like a cover. No, you didn't need it. I gave you -5. You still would have hit it. All right, nice. Yeah, you destroy the kobold inside there.
Do I see anything else in the room?
Just you see that there's a large, appears almost humanoid size sack that's inside this minecart that's with them. Otherwise, you see several minecarts that are in the room. No other creatures are there, and this appears to be almost like a repair room, kind of where they would maybe repair these minecarts. The one that's off the track is actually without wheels.
All right. Do I still get to use the last 10 of my movement, or does that not work?
No, you can use it. That's fine.
Okay. I'll just move kind of towards the door.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Oh, there it goes. It wasn't working at first.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little laggy depending on if I'm opening something or whatnot. It's my terrible internet. Snarg, you're up.
I'm gonna try and smash this guy against the wall.
Alrighty. Dang. High rolls, nice. So you immediately kind of crush this dude up against the wall.
And then I'll move back.
Alrighty. Alright, the owl. Sure.
I will have. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I do it all the time. Let's say if that happens for you again, the button on the side that says maps, it'll have it in there as a shared map. You can open it or just let me know and I'll be happy to reshare it.
Okay, I'll move my owl there.
Alrighty. So as your owl goes up there, he sees that there's a weathered plaque that kind of is over the tunnel to the north that reads "Deep Mine this way." You also see that there's some glowing purple shards that have been set into the tunnel walls at regular intervals going down the track. And the metal door over to the east is slightly ajar.
Can he see through the door at all?
He can, and when he looks in through the door, he can see that there's some kind of some wood and some tools laying on the floor, but that's all that he's able to visualize from where he's looking.
All right, I will let him use the help action
Okay.
for Zeke.
No problem. Kursk, you're up.
Cobalt number 11.
Poor thing. On the ground, scraping away. Nice. You kind of put him out of his misery very quickly, and he kind of slumps down to the ground. All right. After Curse kind of destroys that creature, you guys, since you have a good observation of everything, that's all the rooms that are available, except for the room with the door, you don't see any sort of other enemies afoot at this point. Curse, you can see outside the slit with your dark vision from your half-orc heritage, and you're not able to see any additional creatures outside pretending or preparing for an ambush or to re-attack you as you come along.
Okay, I'm going to collect up and link up with the party.
Alrighty. I've unlocked the tokens so you guys can move as need be.
And I'd like to take a look at this bundle that it's in the cart over here.
Yeah, sure. So
I'll go ahead and open it up. What do I see?
absolutely. So as you open it, you find out that this actually is a large sort of a rucksack that's in there, and it's has 50 feet of coiled hempen rope with a bunch of chisels, and there's some tough meat jerky in there, but you're not sure what kind of meat it is.
So the chisels, are they hard enough that if I need to use them for pythons or something to drive them in there to use it as a tie-off point into the stuff, are they usable for that?
Oh, absolutely. These are pretty good chisels, considering it's kobolds. Seems unusual that kobolds would have such good equipment, to be honest. Gotcha, Snarg.
Okay, I'll go ahead and collect those up and the hempen rope.
Okay.
I already have a rope that I offer them up to anybody else who could possibly use it, and I also have some spare torches for Zeke and Onse if you'd like any.
Sure, I'll take one.
Alrighty.
Okay, I give a torch to Onse. How about you, Zeke?
I've got plenty, thank you.
So Zeke, you're kind of at the outer edge of Anse's light, but you can see, like I said, just down there. Unfortunately, you couldn't see in the room. That's why I didn't give you the initial description that the owl could see. Snarg, you're able to pick up your javelin at the door, and the door is kind of hanging there on its hinges.
Can I light a torch and just kind
Of
of
course.
toss it on the ground there?
Absolutely. So you light one. Yep, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say I don't want to hold it in my hand because I'm gonna have to have my long sword in one and the shield in the other.
Sure. Yep, you can definitely drop it there. That's not a problem.
All right.
According to what kind of shield you're using, you could probably hold a torch and a shield at the same time.
Yeah, kind of. It's a buckler, or a small wooden shield, or something.
I don't think it really says in the initial
Just
part of
says
the equipment.
shield.
Yeah. I guess it's up to the
It's only 2 AC, it can't be too
Yeah, let me. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt for you to pick up a torch and drop a torch and pick up a torch and drop a torch. That's fine. If you're fighting, though, it'll be difficult to fight with a torch, so I'd ask you just to drop it.
Right.
But that's fine. It'll make
so-
things easier for us.
With the torch there, you said there was a door there?
Yeah, there's a door to the east, slightly ajar. The light kind of shines in, and you see that there's some wood and some sort of. It looks almost as if there's some building material that's inside.
Right. Can I check for any kind of traps or something like that?
Sure, you can. Absolutely. I think that's investigation in 5e, if I remember correctly. Anybody else?
Perception.
Perception, is it? Okay, sorry. Perception then, please.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I couldn't remember.
All right.
You keep the investigation, right? So you don't find any traps on the door? Oh, you can do
Wait,
lay
he
on
has
hands?
he has advantage from the help action.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So roll another 20, or another perception. There you go. Nice. Snark, how much is your lay on hands for OC?
I can do up to 15 points. So,
Okay. So 6 points total.
okay. So I got 9 left. I'll just keep track of it.
Thank you. Alrighty. So, Zeke, look at the door. The door does not appear to be trapped at this point.
All right. I go ahead and slowly, carefully open it, push it all the way open.
Alrighty. So as you push the door open, you do see there's a fine filament kind of
Where?
immediately inside the door, right along where the wall would connect. The interesting thing about this filament is it's high enough where the kobolds could have walked freely in between it, but if you walked into it, you would definitely break the filament that's there.
Oh,
Right there.
sneaky kobolds.
And as you follow the filament over to the side, you see that there's the filament kind of goes to the wall, and there's a little circle there that kind of holds the filament. The filament goes up to the ceiling, and up on the top there's a large amount of pans and whatnot that are all tied together that appear that would make some sort of an alarm if you kind of tripped it.
All right. Can I go ahead and crawl into that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as you crawl under, you enter in this room. You see this is kind of almost like a makeshift supply room. You see a lot of things here, including unusual large wooden planks that appear much bigger than you would expect, but there's no wood shavings around. You see some tarps and various tools and whatnot, and things laying on the ground, and a large bag of nails that seems to have a pretty good rut in the side of it, or a tear that is here in the room.
Well, we've most definitely found our thieves.
I'd like to go ahead and move into the room with Zeke. Can I step over the filament?
You'd have to duck under, so you'd actually probably have to kind of get down almost on your hands and knees to go under. It's about 4 feet high, so it would be difficult for you to go over.
Okay, then I'll crawl under.
Alrighty. So you kind of get on your hands and knees and crawl underneath the filament.
And I'd like to do a thorough search of the room.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you're... oh, please.
I make sure I point out the filament to anybody else walking into the room.
Alrighty, sounds good.
And I kind of motion for Osei, since he's got the. I realized earlier that he's kind of go with the investigation thing.
Okay, sounds good.
As I go in the room, I too will duck underneath that,
Okay.
and I'll to also investigate.
Sure. Go ahead and give me investigation check. Snarg, what you doing over by the minecart?
I'm actually going to move out front and tell everybody I'm going to go search the people that we've killed and see if I can get any clues.
Okay. So you guys... That's awesome. Snark kind of goes out and about. You guys are kind of searching around. You find kind of some things that I talked about. Not a lot of things, but Osei, you do see find a nice jeweler's loop that's kind of tossed in the corner, almost as if the kobolds didn't think it was anything of importance. But definitely seems like it probably would fetch some cash, or even maybe Zeke may want to use it since he's a stone guy. I don't know, but there's a jeweler's loop. Otherwise, nothing else that seems to be of any value or of use.
Is that something you want?
Do I notice anything special about it? Like maybe where it came from? Do I know the design or something like that?
Interesting. Um, yeah, so looking at it, it definitely looks like this is come from a nice town or a city. You do see a brand on it which is marked ZK, which you know is actually a pretty renowned jeweler that's from an area not far from where your dad was at.
Oh, then yeah, I'd explain to Osei that I recognize it, and I would like to have it.
Okay.
All right. If you could just type it into your inventory, that'd be great for me, Zeke. I appreciate that. Make an entry.
Does my owl see anything from his vantage?
Yeah, so the owl sees that this tunnel goes down pretty steeply and goes down about 20 to 25 feet and then immediately makes a turn sort of to the left. He doesn't see or hear any sort of creature noises or any mining noises down the tunnel.
Okay.
I suggest maybe we take a short rest.
I'm good with that. Did I find anything on any clues on the guys out here?
No, most of the kobolds that you guys had, except for the ones that Curse destroyed with all his huge hits, appear to be pretty much miners, pretty simple guys. The other ones that were outside, and as well as watching the mirror holds, appeared to be sort of simple guards. A couple of them had some. The guards had like a little idol of some sort of dragon type thing, but otherwise nothing of real value or importance.
I'll crawl under and join the.
Okay.
Join the
Alrighty. I'll reset you guys for a short rest here. If you want to use one of your hit die, you can. All you do is, if you go to your main page down at the bottom of the main page, it says hit die, and then it'll have a 3 with your hit die. You just click that, and it'll use it for your healing. Sounds good, Osei. Yep, there you go. It'll keep track of those for you, and then a long rest, it'll automatically reset it. It's a good thing you have a +2 curse.
No kidding.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Well, I used up all my good stuff up with them all.
Yeah, you did. That no doubt about it. All right. So you guys are able to rest for about an hour or so without anybody disturbing you. There doesn't appear to be any more patrols or anything that you've noticed.
You gentlemen ready to move on?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
I suggest that me and Snar go up in front, and since we have our dark vision, why Zeke and Onsi hang back probably maybe 20 feet or so behind us.
That sounds good. I just want to point out of character. My superiority dice, the short rest.
Resets it?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
I will command my owl to help. Is either one of you going to be using perception as you move about looking for traps or anything?
I can look for traps while Kursk looks for guys, I guess. If you're up for that.
I'll have my owl help and fly above.
Okay, sounds good. So the owl will be flying above Snarg, is that correct?
Well, isn't Snarg pretty? How tall is Snarg? He's a pretty tall guy.
He's a fairly tall dude, yeah. So
he can fly like right behind his head.
perfect. That sounds great.
And I'd like to try to use stealth as I'm moving.
Alrighty.
Group.
So, Kursk, you're able to kind of move through the up to the opening there and kind of slowly move down this kind of steep decline of these tracks. The tunnel continues to kind of wind about, kind of has little undulations up and then down, and kind of rocks back and forth.
I can do advantage, can I? Because I got the.
Yep. Yep. And you kind of continue to move along. Again, not hearing really any noises at all or any sort of sounds. This track seems to continue to kind of wind around, continuing to go deeper and deeper into sort of the earth itself. You see kind of to the east that the track sort of gets a kind of an opening area that kind of splits off into two tracks, almost as if you could push a cart by while one sat on the side track, and then there's a track that goes up to the north as well.
I'll wait for the party to move up so we can discuss which direction we want to take.
Alrighty.
Which direction do you want to take, gentlemen?
Well, I can't see, so I'll go with whatever you guys suggest.
Same.
Well, I will try to move this patches to our north here and see if I see anything.
Okay. So as you climb, this is actually going uphill. The other one's going downhill. I didn't tell you that. So you kind of climb up, and you have to actually, it's steep enough where you actually have to hang on to the wooden slats in between to sort of climb up this. And you immediately find that this little branch kind of ends at a dead end. There's nothing that appears to be here. It looks as if maybe they had thought about building another track, and they sort of stopped.
Okay. I come back down, gentlemen. That one's a dead end, so we'll continue on down.
Can I go check out that corridor with a perception check, just
Of course
to
you
look
can.
for any items or trapdoors or anything?
Yep, absolutely. So you kind of climb up the rings of the slats in between the rails as well, and kind of get up there.
My owl will help me.
Sure, absolutely. There we go. You want to roll another one? Yeah, thanks. So, so you kind of look around. You don't see anything that seems of, secret doors, traps, or anything out of the ordinary. It just appears that, maybe they decided that this was not the right way to build.
My owl will resume helping Snarg.
Alrighty. You guys continue down the trail. You see that this is sort of a flat area here. And then you see it immediately kind of dive down again on a steep hill just south of this junction here, and then continues down to the south.
Wait, gentlemen, we need to wait on Zeke.
There you go.
I'm trying to be stealthy and peek around the corner
Yeah,
here.
you're doing great. So you now see that the track levels off, and now there's a section of 3 tracks side by side by side.
I'm going to do a halt right here and take a real good look and see if I see anything, maybe any animals hiding, any kobolds hiding or anything.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you kind of stop and take a look and listen, and the rest of the party is sort of kind of behind you. And um, Curse, you feel kind of a weird sensation under your feet, almost like a subtle, like almost like a little rumbling or something. It's a weird sensation. You're not sure what that is.
I'm gonna get off the tracks.
I I've got a hammer in my backpack. Can I somehow like beat bang on the side of a track and maybe cause like a some kind of malfunction of the track?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so probably like right along in this area here where these two meet.
Okay.
Maybe try and beat at one of the sides there.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and give me a strength check. I think that's probably what I would do. So you're kind of banging against it, bang, 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 trying to hit this track, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be making any sort of headway. The rail is pretty heavy and stout. You can continue to try if you want. Now everybody kind of feels sort of the track sort of rumbling, and to the northwest, you guys hear sounds of like screeching metal. Screech, screech.
Can I move up and make an attempt with my maul?
Sure.
I step off the tracks.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Can I cast a minor illusion of a cart right here at this bottleneck?
Yep, you sure can. Kursk is off the track. Looks like everybody's off the track. Zeke is kind of pounding on the track, I think. Is that right, Zeke?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as you cast that spell, Osei, you see immediately to the north there is a cart coming around the corner, and it's moving quite quickly, and you see a kobold and a weasel in it. It's kind of rounding the bend as we speak. Let's go ahead and roll for some initiative. Excellent. Okay. So let's see. Snarg, Zeke, and Osei, you guys can all see the cart, and we'll have a chance to move before it comes. Kursk, the cart will be between you and Snarg, just so you're aware. So you guys see this this kind of crazy cart kind of barreling down the track, coming around the corner.
Does he see the cart? Is there any attempt to slow down that we can observe, whether through sound or through sight?
The cart looks like they haven't seen you yet. It looks like you see the kobold kind of standing on the front. He's got his hand on the brake, kind of got a grin aside from ear to ear, almost as if this is kind of like a fun thing for him. Maybe something he looks for every day as he's coming down this track.
What's the distance right now?
It would be about 55 from your illusion, from the illusion in Zeke. 55, 60. So say your illusion is up, the cart is there. You see the kobolds kind of coming to you, coming around the corner.
I'll cast another minor illusion within my other minor illusion. I'll put a petrified kobold facing down the track, well, facing back towards them, just with his hands both up in the air.
Okay. Sounds good.
And I will stay off the tracks.
Alrighty. Zeke.
All right.
It does it to you every time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's frustrating.
I'm kind of in between. I don't know if I want to like shoot with a crossbow. I don't know if I want to move forward to set up a defensive line of everybody, or to just kind of back up and see what these illusions are going to do. You said they haven't seen this or anything like that, right?
Nope, not yet. Yeah, they just came kind of coming around the corner.
And there's an illusion of a minecart in front of us, right?
Yeah, yep, there sure is. With a petrified kobold with his hands up, kind of waving stop, I think. Or kind of in the movement of looking like he's waving to stop.
Okay. Is this minecart tall enough for me to try and hide behind?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay. So that's what I want to do.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you're hiding behind the minecart. Alright, Snarg. My bad, sorry about that.
I'm off the track right now, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll, I'll bow down and hide, and I'll put my mole on the track, kind of in front of Zeke. So if the guy doesn't stop, maybe it'll do something.
Alrighty.
I'll hold it with my athletics.
Alright, sounds good. So the minecart comes kind of barreling down towards you guys. The kobold in the front immediately notices that there's another minecart on the track, and he immediately pulls the lever back as the brake. You see a lot of sparks come flying up. And he's able to stop the cart just in front of you guys there, and the cart kind of stops, and he kind of yells something out, and he looks pretty mad, kind of waving like, waving over to the other track. Curse, you can kind of hear this commotion up to the top, and you feel the vibrations stop on near the rail, or the sound of metal.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move a little bit further up the track to the north.
Sounds good.
Doing so quietly and stealthily.
Alrighty, sounds good. Go ahead and just give me a stealth roll if you don't mind. Thanks. So you continue to kind of move up the track, and unfortunately you forgot that your maul was kind of hanging down a little bit, and it sort of bangs against the rail, goes bang, like that.
I think it went bang, 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 bang.
That's even better. I love it. Oh, say.
Where I didn't see if my owl was in there at all. I don't think
You're on top of him actually. He's there. The tokens kind of stack on top of each other. Oh, did he? Yeah, he's on there.
Yeah, but he didn't go during.
Oh, he didn't. What would you have liked him to do during that turn?
Um, he he could just help myself. There's nobody else who's going to be in range.
No problem. I think because I rolled his initiative, he bumped up in the initiative order. That's why I kind of skipped him.
Okay. Can I tell at all if they've noticed any of us?
So by looking at it, he seems to think that the kobold is there. However, now he kind of, after he heard this bang, 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 bang up the track, kind of tips his head a little bit and looks almost as if he's like, this something seems weird. This doesn't seem right.
Okay.
And you see, as you're kind of observing him, you see he turned his head back, kind of looking up the track as well, and then turns his head back and it kind of seems kind of quizzical.
I'm also going to quietly move up to behind my illusion.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thanks. Since you guys are trying to be stealthy and hiding behind illusions. Alrighty. So you kind of go up there real stealthily behind the illusion. He doesn't appear to notice you.
Sorry, I'm just counting spaces.
Oh, that's okay.
Can I cast the illusion of another cart? On that square.
I think if you do, then the illusion that's in front of you will disappear.
Illusions last for, I believe, a minute each, but let me look.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so they last a minute. So how long has it been?
It hasn't been a minute, but I thought I had saw that it said if you cast the spell again, it would dismiss the image. Because the reason why I was doing the letting you put somebody in a minecart because it was kind of the same image, so you'd be in the same spot, so you'd be just making addition to your image.
Yes, that's right.
Yep. Okay. Cool. So you can.
Okay, so I won't do that.
Okay.
I will just.
Sounds good.
I will sneak. I will peer out from around, and I will ray of frost the giant weasel.
Alrighty. Sounds good. That's good because as you do that, you notice that he definitely is peering right at you and has kind of a snarl, almost as if he knew you were there.
Oh, sorry. I gotta get my combat window.
No problem, man. Take your time.
Don't forget your owl's helping me too.
Oh yeah, good point. Go ahead and roll again. There you go.
Do I roll the damage on the guy or just in the
Nope.
window?
You can put it on the guy, it'll apply it. If you put it in the window, we can just drag the total over, but it'll be easier. Yep, there you go. Nice. So you kind of hit him with a ray of frost, and all his fur kind of gets all crispy and white.
I'll have my owl move there and help Snarg
Okay,
sit about 10 feet above him,
sounds good.
or 5 feet.
Sure. Alrighty, Zeke.
Let's freaking do it. Zeke is excited that he cast that Ray of Frost grab so we can start combat.
Nice.
Alright, so go ahead and move in there.
Okay. Yep. You can hit either one. The square is only 5 feet, so they're both in the cart.
Okay. I want to clarify a rule before I attack here.
Sure.
So I've got and I'll read it word for word what it says here. Maneuver precision attack. When you make a weapon attack roll against a creature, you can expend one superiority die to add to the roll. You can use this maneuver before or after making the attack roll, but before any effects of the attack are applied. So I wanted to clarify that I could make an attack roll, and if it failed, then
Yeah. Roll again.
or add the superiority die to it.
I don't have a problem with that because I think with 5e it's difficult to do that. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I didn't want to make you the roll and be like,
No.
but I want to add this to it, and you're like, no, you can't.
No, you can definitely do it. So just as long as you call it out beforehand, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so there that goes. Okay. So the superiority die. Let me.
1d8.
Yeah, but is it 1d8 plus my dex mod? Hold on.
No problem.
No, it's only on parry. It's just a 1d8.
Alrighty. So it's going to be 11 total.
Yeah.
Who is that against? The kobold?
Yeah, the kobold
Let me see
blade.
what his AC is. Oh, just missed.
Okay.
Barely missed. He like ducks just at the last second. Alright. Snark.
They're in the cart, right?
Okay.
Yeah. They're in the cart, so I can hit them from there. The kobold.
Sure. I'm just going to have the owl follow whoever he's following, okay? Because I think that'll be fair enough. Alright. So you hop in the cart?
Yeah, I'm gonna attack the kobold.
Okay, sounds good. Oh! Alright, roll crit damage. Hey, you absolutely crush him. Can you give me a dex roll too, please? As soon as you crush him like that, the cart begins to move. And you're kind of tossed about and can't reach the brake. So the cart will be moving on this next turn, actually. So the cart, you guys notice, starts to speed up quickly. Kursk, I need a reflex.
Would that be just a dex roll?
Or you can do athletics, or yeah, I'm sorry, I'm living in old school. Athletics check if you don't mind. Kursk, you're not able to get out of the way. This kind of surprises you as it comes rolling down the hill, which you obviously didn't expect. And take 7 points of damage from the cart as it hits you and kind of throws you up against the side next to Osei. And you see this crazy cart going flying down the track with the owl behind.
And Snorgy the giant weasel in it.
Right. The weasel Snarg immediately tries to take a bite at you because you're in the cart with him now. He's able to bite you and takes a good chunk out of your the side of your leg there. All right, Kursk, you kind of got knocked over the side, but you're still on your feet.
Are they close enough that I can take a swipe at the giant weasel with my maul?
They're literally right next to you.
You don't want to try and stop the cart.
Alrighty, so you're able to hit the weasel. And you're able to kind of knock the weasel right out of the cart as he was taking a bite at Snarg, and he hits the side of the wall. Alrighty, Osei. Oh, I'm sorry. Before that happened, my apologies. I forgot one thing. My apologies. Osei, at that time, you see another cart coming around the corner with additional kobolds in it. Now you can go ahead and, you can go ahead and go.
Is my illusion still up?
Your illusion is still up.
Okay. Is the cart not stopped then?
No, the cart is in full action, moving down the track and right next to you.
Yeah, I totally don't have any of the athletics or acrobatics to try to do anything about that, so
All right.
I will just I will go and hide, try to attempt to hide behind my illusion and kind of off to the side.
Sounds good.
And I will ready a ray of frost in case that cart passes my illusion.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Is there anything I have to do for that? I have no idea.
Nope, you can just hang on to it, and then if it gets close, just let me know, and we'll have you do your attack before they do anything.
Okay.
How about your owl? Do you want it to continue to follow Snark?
I will have my owl help Zeke.
Alrighty. Alright. Zeke, so you suddenly see the minecart that you were attacking take off and down the hill, and you turn around and see another minecart with the same thing, a kobold, 2 kobolds this time, not a weasel, kind of coming around the corner. Both are on each side at the front of the cart, and there's brakes on both sides of these carts, just so you guys know, and they have their hands on it, but their other hands appear to be holding something underneath.
Okay. Okay. I want to attempt to grab this cart.
Yeah, it sounds good. We could do either probably an athletics check. I think would probably be the best way for us to do that. Ooh.
Fucking bullshit.
So you try to grab onto the cart, but unfortunately, as you reach out, stretching out, you just miss it as it goes
My
zipping
owl.
by.
My owl is helping.
Okay.
So he
Oh.
should get an advantage.
Okay. Go ahead and try to roll it again. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot the owl was there. So the owl picks you up, and no, I'm just kidding. So you're able to snag onto it, and you can grab onto the cart. Now that you have a hold of the cart, just give me a strength check. Excellent. The cart only travels another 5 feet, and you're able to completely stop the cart.
I got you, Snarg.
You guys gotta try this ride, man.
All right, Snarg, you're up.
That'll be the.
You just have
that'll
to
be
add the
the
giant weasel back in there.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna move up here and ready my maul in case I go past that. And illusion.
Alrighty, sounds good.
You can cancel that move.
Alrighty, I will. Alright, you're upside down, but whatever. Alright, Kursk, what would you like to do?
I'd like to move up there just short of the illusion myself.
Okay.
Ready my maul and play the smackdown on them if they decide to come through there where the car batters up.
Sounds good. So you'll kind of step just in front of Osei, I assume? Nice.
And I'll be off the tracks too.
Alright. I assume the rest of you are off the tracks as well, except for Zeke, who's kind of stopped the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So the kobolds again see this illusion that's in front of them here. And they immediately apply the brakes. This time, though, they take the second track. And appear to be kind of confused on why this cart is stuck on the track. Alright, Osei. Alright, so you fire a quick ray of frost, which goes wide and misses the kobold. Kind of hitting the front of the minecart.
He'll help Snarg.
Sounds good. Zeke. So Zeke, you're kind of hanging onto that cart, which is now stopped.
Alright, let's see if I can get closer.
Sure.
Oh, it's a little.
That's close enough.
Okay.
There you go.
Alright.
So again, the eyes widen on these kobolds as they see you come running past this minecart. They're yelling something at the other minecart with the guy with the hands up, like almost as if, like, why didn't you guys see that coming?
Alright, so I'm gonna attack this guy down here.
All right. Nice. All right, Snarg, I think you're going to be up next.
I'll weave between bodies and finish this guy off.
All right, sounds good. You kind of dodge between the bodies with orc-like grace, I guess. Nice. And you demolish that kobold as well in a quick succession of hits. All right.
So are we out of combat?
We are.
A question for you. Those chisels that I found in the mine cart up there further, how long are they?
So they're about 6 inches long.
Would it be long enough that I could cause these carts that are coming down the track to flip?
Yeah, I think you probably could find a way.
Okay, I'd like to try to use the chisels in my maw and hammer them into the intersection of the track.
Okay, yep.
So if any more carts come up behind us, they're going to hit it and flip. And I'm also going to do it.
I'm sorry, you also do it...
As we move further down.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you pound in these chisels kind of at the intersection. You feel like it's probably going to be, yep, perfect. Feel like it's going to be a good location to kind of stop maybe some carts coming. Definitely the metal is sticking up enough. Good.
Okay, and once we've done that, I guess we can, if y'all were good with it, gentlemen, we continue on south.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. So I'll have you guys continue south. I have to take just a quick break. We've been going on for about 3 hours. Everybody's still doing okay with time? I know we started late.
That's all right.
Yeah, but
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to just put a vote up real quick to say, if you're back. Just click on it when you're back, and I just need a few minutes. Just grab a drink and use the restroom. I think, Kursk, what I'll do, I think you're back.
I'm back.
All right, great. Since you're kind of the one that's stealthing forward and whatnot, instead of you guys having to move your characters, I will open up pieces of the map, and then you guys can tell me if there's a section or something you want to stop or whatnot. We can stop.
Okay,
If you're comfortable with that. So,
I'm good.
or you can move your character or whatever as a marker for the entire party, because I assume everybody's probably sticking together within reason.
Yeah.
It'll just save from people having to move their characters and waiting for other people and whatnot.
Yeah, it's kind of like a order of march is like Kursk, Snorg, Zeke, and Osei.
All right, that sounds good.
Osei and Zeke are kind of hanging back since they're having to use torches. That gives me and Snorg a ability to use our dark vision to search ahead without giving off ambient light behind us too much.
All right, sweet. Yeah, there's an option, just so you guys know, I don't ever really use it, but I know some of you guys are new to Fantasy Grounds. So if you click on the party sheet, that top right corner with the 3 guys in the eye, there should be a tab that says Order, and then you can put your characters in order of whichever way you want to march. Some GMs may use that. It doesn't really matter to me. I think something like that. I think you guys had said.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but like I said, I don't typically use it, but other GMs probably do. So, and then the other thing too, which you may or may not know for some of the guys, if you have something like initiative that you roll all the time or attacks that you roll all the time, there's hotbars down at the bottom that you can grab that die and drop it into, and then you can either click that button or press the number on your keyboard and it'll automatically roll it for you. Problem is you'll have to have something targeted, or you can drag the die too. All right, we're all back. Excellent. So I was discussing before, I'm not sure who was the last person back, but the plan is we're going to just kind of open up the map as we go, and then if you guys want to stop and look at something, we can, but the mine can be kind of long, so. Alrighty. So as you come to this kind of junction here, you see that the mine path continues down to the south, and there's a small opening to the southwest that does not have any mine tracks connected to it. However, this is a large area that's been dug out. Definitely doesn't look like kobold type digging. This is more of wherever this mine track originally was from.
My owl is helping if anybody's searching for traps or anything.
Okay. So, Kirst, as you come around the corner, you see that the mine tracks again drop down very deeply and kind of continue to curve sort of off to the left. It seemed to open up into sort of a large room that you can see. Well, not large room, but a larger opening than you're used to.
Okay, I'm just trying to ease up using the wall as cover and peer around the corner.
Sounds good. So as you peer around, you see that the southwest tunnel continues kind of going southwest. Wow, great drawing. To unmask. Oof. And then you see to the kind of down the track and around to the left, it continues to open up into an open area, which you don't see any creatures in there. And just so you guys, I don't think I brought this up before, maybe I did, but this tunnel is lined with these sort of purple gems that are iridescent that actually give off faint light. So if you didn't want to use your torches in the track area, you wouldn't have to.
I will put my torch away.
Alrighty. Sorry, I didn't mention it earlier.
Same.
Okay, I'm motioning the guys, and I point to the side of the tracks and the side down to the tunnel, and trying to see which side they want me to take.
I kind of point off to the right there.
I said that, yeah, that little tunnel. Let's see what's in there.
Yeah, I agree.
So as you kind of go up to the in the tunnel, you see that there's a kind of an outcropping there, and inside here there's a crude table and several chairs. You see some sort of some rotted kind of food that's on the table, and then you do see that there is several devices on the table that appear to be gambling dice that somebody may have left here, and there's a small, almost like a ratty sort of curtain or tarp that can be pulled across here that makes it difficult to visualize the tracks outside, or for having the tracks being able to see in here.
Okay, I'd like to step in there and search the table. I'm looking for traps in addition to that, but I'm searching the table for any objects, any money, anything that would stand out.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a... Yeah, thanks. So you don't see any traps. However, when you do move the table, there's two silver pieces that are underneath the legs that appears like they were held to make the table steady, or maybe somebody had put them there to save maybe, or stole from somebody or whatnot.
Okay, and that's all I see there. Well, I'll pick up the two silver pieces.
Yep, two silver pieces and some gaming dice.
I'll grab the gaming dice too.
Nice.
And I'll go ahead and walk out of the tunnel. I'll let the rest of everybody know there's nothing in there but a couple of silver and some gaming dice.
Alrighty.
Let me use the rest of my lay on hands. I'll heal 7 on me and 2 on Kursk.
Sounds good. Alrighty. As you continue to follow the tracks around here, you don't feel any more rumbling of the tracks at all here. Zeke, you do hear sounds of loud metal kind of behind you, almost as if there's things being thrown off the track, and you do hear some very distant screaming of something of frustration and whatnot, but you don't see any additional carts coming down the track behind you. Kursk, as you continue to wind around this track here, you see there's a ledge, probably about 5 feet up, that'll be kind of on the northwestern wall. However, the ledge is only about 5 feet wide, does not appear like anything is on the ledge itself, and it quickly fades away back into the wall, almost as if it was kind of a natural little small cavern here, and they dug the tracks a little bit deeper to keep the carts from going down.
Okay, can I get up there to take a look up on the ledge and see if I see anything?
Yeah, you sure can. So you kind of climb up on the ledge, and once you get up top there, you see that you're able to find kind of an empty rat trap that's up there, and there's a small iron helm that's there, but nothing else that seems to be of value.
An empty rat trap?
Yeah, empty rat trap.
What kind of damage would a rat trap do?
I think it's 1d2 minus 6. I don't know. Just kidding.
It could be big rats.
Could be, you're right.
You know what? I'll go ahead and collect that up, and
Nice.
that iron helm.
Alrighty, I like it. That'd be a 1d2, I think.
It's okay. It's enough to make noise and make a kobold yelp when he gets his toe in it.
Yep, exactly. You see the track continues. This area seems to be a lot flatter. It doesn't really have the big hills going downward that you had noticed before, and that may be why they carved this out a little bit deeper here. And as you look to the north, you see some tracks that come in from the south east, and then you see it opens up again into an area of 3 tracks again.
Do I see anything in that big opening there?
No, you don't see anything in the opening at all except for some empty tracks.
And the tracks that are going down to the south there, are they going down or are they going up?
They're about flat. Seems pretty flat. As you look in there, you can see that these tracks don't go very far. Again, it's similar to what you'd seen far up to the north, and have a dead end to them.
Okay, I'll move down there and investigate.
Alrighty.
My owl will help.
Sounds good. So you investigate this area. You don't find anything that appears to be, secret doors or whatnot. Again, it looks like this was an area of mining that they were starting to mine in and then decided not to continue the track at this point.
Okay. I'm going to move up here. Do I have any more of those chisels left?
Let me see. Yes, you do. Yep, you have plenty. I'm just putting them at the intersections, so.
Okay, I'm going to drive one in there.
Alrighty, sounds good.
And then proceed north.
Sounds great. This room also has another track that kind of comes off to the southwest now. This area appears to have been pretty busy with a lot of mining activity. You see a lot of picks and stuff laying on the ground here, but no creatures.
Again, this track that's moving to the south there.
Yep. So as you peek around, you see similar to what you've seen on these previous areas where it's been a short track, 10, 15 feet. This one goes up a little bit and then kind of undulates down. Again, though, that you don't find anything within the room, and it appears that this is an abandoned spur that they were maybe building.
Okay, I'm going to search for traps and secret doors here.
Sounds good.
Still helping.
Yep. So you search and, again, don't find anything really of interest in this section as well. So as you look here, you see that the tracks continue. The map is kind of cut out because we're going to go on to a different map. But you see it kind of go to the west and then immediately turns north. And as it turns north, you see that it's quite flat and the track ends up being very straight.
What area are you talking about? I don't understand the description.
Yeah, so the description is you see how the track is now turning to the west?
Yes.
The track is going to immediately kind of undulate up straight north. We're going to be moving to a different map. And as it undulates to the north, that's where you see the track is going straight and it's very flat to the north.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought the maps connected a little better, but they don't, so.
Well, we'll continue on to the north.
Alrighty, I'm going to have another map for you in just a second here. I'll have you guys on the map in 1 second. So as you kind of come around the corner there, have a perception check again, please. You see in the luminescent crystals that there is a large room where these tracks sort of bend off again, similar to what you had seen previously. But the track, as it goes north, there's a barricade of timber and spikes that have been set up on the track, blocking minecarts from moving any further. You see that the side tracks that bend off to the west accommodate a minecart and a hand cart.
Okay, I'll turn around and I'll describe exactly what I see to the party. There's a barricade to the north, and there's another set of maybe a cart maintenance area to the west.
Holy smokes!
I'm a giant at work.
Yeah, I forgot to put a grid on it. There we go.
All right, I'm gonna move up and just peek around the corner to the west.
Sounds good. So as you peek around the corner, you see that this room is empty. However, there is a small tunnel that kind of goes through the southern wall. This tunnel is only about 2 to 2.5 feet wide. For you to be able to go through it, you would definitely have to crawl to get through the tunnel. You see to the north the track continues on, and then it opens into sort of a larger chamber, and then there's a passageway that's been chiseled out of the east.
I asked the party, would you like me to take the tunnel to the south, crawl through there, and see what's at the other end?
Sure.
Sounds intriguing.
I'm going to go ahead and do a check for any kind of traps or anything that may be in that little tunnel.
Okay.
And how far does that, I can see down that tunnel, how far does it go?
So you can see that the tunnel continues to stretch from what you can see about 15 feet or so, and then it kind of turns to the north and you're not able to see any farther.
My kingdom for a halfling. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get down. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get down and start crawling through the tunnel.
Alrighty.
And as I'm doing it, hold on for a second.
Sure.
I can't, I won't be able to swing no maul in there, so I believe I have daggers. So I'm going to get, my daggers are on my belt, so they're ready to go. So I'll pull my dagger. One dagger in each hand to go ahead and crawl through the tunnel.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you continue to kind of crawl through the tunnel. You notice as you're crawling, because you're pretty close to the dirt, you see there's a lot of kobold tracks going back and forth. You've become very familiar with them. And this appears to be a pretty heavily traveled little tunnel. As you come around, you see the tunnel continues to kind of undulate back and forth, winding kind of to the north. What's the rest of the party going to be doing?
I think they're waiting now.
Can I have my owl
Yeah,
peer
I think.
down this hallway?
Yeah, sure.
Let's send the owl down there.
So he peers down and he sees that this continues to, like I had said, open up into sort of a large chamber. The track continues to the north. How far can the owl see again? Let's see.
I lost the window.
Oh, no problem. There you go.
Dark vision 120.
120. Okay, thanks.
I'm going to crawl back to the entrance with the rest of the party.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Is there those glowing crystals in here too?
Yes, you notice that this whole area seems to have kind of glowing crystals in the walls and the ceilings and whatnot. So the owl can see that the track continues for a significant amount of distance, as far as he can see. He can see that the chamber kind of opens up to the west, and there's a branch, I'll have it open here in a second, of the track that goes, kind of curves off to the west as well. And then there's an opening farther down the path.
So what were you suggesting, Curse? That the owl go through that little tunnel?
Yeah, I suggest that we send the owl down there, just kind of scout out the length of the tunnel.
I send him away.
So as the owl kind of comes through the opening of the tunnel, he sees that the room opens up into another large cavern. This cavern is noted to have kind of a large lake on the west side. I'll have it open here in just one second. That he's able to visualize.
Can he hear anything?
Check. He does not hear. Let's see. Oop, can I have a perception? I think he gets an advantage of wisdom. Alrighty. So he is not able to hear or see anything.
All right, I share this with the group. I think that
Maybe
since
a
we're
good place for a rat trap.
Most definitely. If we do go down this tunnel, I suggest we set it behind us.
I think it wouldn't hurt checking out, but I also think that if the kobolds took this girl, I don't know, do we see any, are there any kobold tracks through here?
Oh yeah, there was plenty of them. It's like a main kobold thoroughfare.
Then yeah, I think this is the place to check out.
Okay, I get back down on my hands and knees and start. Oh, and before I do that, whoever's last, I guess Onsi, and I throw him the rat trap. I said, set it there at the entrance, just inside the entrance after we all crawl through.
Alrighty. So you kind of continue to crawl the remaining distance that you haven't seen. Obviously, you went through the tunnel again, but come out on the other side, and you see this large cavern, and appears to be huge rock piles that are stacked with limestone, and there's some tarp and dirt that's kind of put on top of those. Otherwise, you see this large lake, and there's some purple crystals that line the walls around the pool, but some of the larger crystals have been are quite significant in size. Otherwise, the room appears to be unremarkable.
Do we know if kobold tracks are going towards any certain direction in a greater number than another way?
So it appears that they definitely appear to kind of wrap around sort of where Snarg is at, and then they kind of go up to the north region as well as to the northeast. So you kind of see two tracks, one heading directly north and one heading northeast across this large chasm.
I'd like to check what's up under those big tarps.
Okay. So you lift up the tarp, and you find out that there's what appears to be pretty much kind of dirt and some large chiseled stone that's there that looks like they're trying to make something of it, or maybe keep the dirt down or something. You're not quite exactly sure why kobolds covered this, but
Okay. Do we see anything to the south there?
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it peeked around. So continue to kind of see the same sort of thing. Definitely some mining tools that have been laying here, but it seems strange that there's no kobolds about. You do see other tarps and piles of rock and things like that, sort of strewn throughout this chasm.
Okay, I'll go ahead and look at all the ones that are in the visible areas that we have right now.
Sure. And you see a similar thing. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to you, but they're all kind of covering piles of dirt and chiseled rock.
Okay, how deep is this pool?
So the water is pretty dark, so you can't really tell the depth. It definitely has a shallow edge to it all the way around, at least that you can see. So you could definitely wade into it, but after probably 6 inches or a foot, you're unable to see any deeper into the water.
Can I cast a minor illusion of a leg of lamb or something just lying in the shallow of the water?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll do it kind of more in the middle.
Okay. So you kind of cast this thing of meat that's in the water there. After a few seconds, even a few minutes, depending how long you wait, you don't see anything approach the illusion within the shallows. Where are you going, Snarg?
Ground.
All right, Snarg.
Hey, where is Zeke at?
I think Zeke is still at the front. I'm not sure. He may have disappeared for a little bit. I'll move him up to the tunnel at least, because he would have came through the tunnel with you guys. Maybe FK. I'll just have him kind of sticking with Osei. Wherever Osei goes, he'll go.
So around the lake, is there cobalt tracks? Is there any kind of, it looks like any kind of signs of stroke or anything like that?
No, it really doesn't. The lake is kind of baffling to you guys. Maybe it was just there when they were kind of working around it. You do see that the tracks that follow up to the north kind of enter into this other small little tunnel that's in the north side of the area that's here.
Let's go there.
So as you kind of peer through the tunnel, this is kind of a straight tunnel, and you can see sort of some railroad tracks or minecart tracks on the opposite side.
Is it another one of the small 2-foot tunnels?
Yes, it is.
I think we'll go around.
Alrighty. As the owl looks through,
Can he just look and kind of peer around the edges there?
Yep, you sure can. So he sees that the track continues both the ways, and then he sees that there's what appears to be a collapse of rocks. that has completely collapsed, covering the tracks themselves.
I'm going to see maybe I can derive what caused this, if it's just a natural collapse or it was caused by something.
Yep. So looking at this, it appears to be a natural collapse.
Okay.
Is it completely blocked?
It's completely blocked. It's filled from ceiling to floor.
Curse, they got a door over here. I'll leave them over.
Yeah, Snarg, you see that there is a door that's there?
Does anybody want to check it out?
I'll give it a try.
Alrighty.
My owl will help you.
I'll search for traps.
So you search the door. You don't find any traps. However, you hear sounds of almost like low murmurs of maybe talking or something behind the door.
Okay, I signal to the party that there's something behind the door and to get ready. Is the door locked?
The door is not locked.
Are y'all ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand there out of sight.
What about Zeke? Is Zeke back yet?
Let me ding. Put Zeke at the. Let's see. I'll have you guys decide what you want Zeke to do until he comes back. So we'll have him ready with you guys. You guys can decide as a group.
Okay.
That way we're not held up.
I gather my maul up. I'm ready to roll, and I go ahead and open the door.
Alrighty. You gonna kind of swing it open widely or stealthily? How do you want to open it?
You know what? I'm going to try to do it stealthily.
Alright, sounds good. So you kind of pull on the door and immediately it goes great as it opens. And when the door opens, you see that this is a large room which has many shelves that are kind of lining the wall that it probably once was a storeroom, but things seem to have disappeared. There's two groups of kobolds that are kind of talking, and immediately when the door opens, they look to you and kind of look towards the door. Let's go ahead and roll for initiative. Alrighty. Jose, you are first.
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Alrighty.
Well, this is supposed to roll die. How do I make this work?
So what you can do is you can target the creatures that you want to put to sleep. So you can press Control and then click on each one, I believe. Is that correct, Snark?
Well, it rolls die and it's a certain amount of hit points worth of creatures.
Oh, okay. And what range is it? I forget.
90 feet?
Okay. And then they have to be within 20 feet of the point you choose.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I would do is right-click on the map wherever you want to put it, and then click the pointer, and I would do the circle, and then you can drag and make the circle big. That'll help you see exactly who can be within the circle. There you go. And then you can grab the outer, you see how there's a square on the outer circle? You can grab that and extend that out to 20 feet. There you go. And then if you grab the center dot that's right at the 20, you can move that circle wherever you want it.
Yeah, but what I need to figure out is how to roll it. So I need to drag the spell to each character.
So what you'll do is press Control to each character. Did they get a save? I can't remember.
No save.
No save? Okay. And then, yeah, so then you want to do, I think you have to roll don't you have to roll a 5d8?
Yeah. So do I just roll those die?
Yeah, I would just roll the 5d8. So if you click on the d8, right click, you can pick 5, and that'll roll 5 dice at once. And then put it into the combat. Yeah, there you go. Oops, that's the 12. That's all right. It's going to be that one, the diamond one, or the triangle one. There you go. So 20 hit points total. So you can apply it to any 2 of the worm shields. So any one of them that you want to apply it to, you can. I see one of them has it on it already, Worm Shield 1, and they can drag it onto either 14 or 17.
I can't see those numbers.
Oh, okay. Do you want the one that's in front?
Is this one in back? Is that one?
Number 1 is in the kind of the top of the 3, so he's the top one. You've already put unconscious on him, and then the 14 is the one. Yep, there you go.
And honestly,
Okay, there we go.
map small right now is what it is. You can use your scroll button to scroll it and enlarge it.
Yeah, I just figured that out. I just zoomed it in.
My bad. I do it all the time. I forget that you can actually do that. So, thank you. Nice. So 2 of them immediately fall asleep, kind of fall down to the ground.
And I'll just stay where I am.
Alrighty. You guys do have surprise, even though the door had kind of scratched open. I'm okay with that. So go ahead and do your surprise attack, Cursed. Alrighty. Nice. So you take your maul, kind of give a nice swing, and hit the dragon priest.
Yes.
Oh, Can you lock tokens?
Oh, yeah, I can. I'm sorry. There you go. They're locked. Thanks for reminding me.
My owl will help Zeke.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Um,
Can I make it between them and that way they won't?
Yeah, sure. I think it's the beard. So you're able to hit that worm shield with the maul and hit him pretty significantly. Kind of knocks him back a little bit. Alrighty, Zeke.
Maybe just move them in, I guess. Like you would, you know. You'd
Oh, I
probably
think
move them in.
I thought he was here. Yeah, he's back.
Oh, oh,
Okay. You okay, Zeke? He was here for a second. I think he's fallen asleep.
no, no, no. Oh shit! I forgot to fucking hit the button. No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
No problem, buddy. You all right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You be okay, or you need to split?
No, I'm okay. I'm
Alright.
sorry.
No, don't
I'm so
apologize.
sorry
It's
for
okay.
all that.
It's happened to all of us. It's all good.
on FaceTime keyboard for 2 hours a couple months ago. Okay.
He did. Alrighty. Alright, those two are unconscious next to you there, Zeke. Can you do critical damage to unconscious guys? I can't remember how that works.
I think
I
you
think-
probably just get advantage, maybe.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I
I'm
think it's a
guessing.
free crit.
That's what I was going to look up real quick. I can't remember.
Sleeping and unconscious people, I think.
Would make sense. Let's see. Well, they have unconscious. They have attack rolls have advantage. Any attack. It's a creature is a critical hit, so it's a critical hit
And advantage, or
and advantage. Yep.
okay.
All right. And then the critical. If you see the plus minus on the far right, if you push that button, the far upper right, it brings up a box. If you highlight the critical, make it turn red, and then roll your damage on the creature, it'll roll your critical modifiers.
Wait, what now?
So there's a plus minus in the upper right of the screen. If you click that box, it'll open a new window. It says critical damage kind of on the lower part of that box. You click that, it turns red, and then you roll your damage on the creature you're attacking, it'll do critical damage. There you go. Nice. Anything to say for your critical damage?
Well, you know, it was
Alright.
kind of free, so.
Alright. Okay, Osei.
Is that melee only attacks for unconscious?
No, I don't think so.
He's prone, so he may be harder to hit. I don't know how it works with unconscious.
Yeah, that's what I want to look at real quick and see. Just had it open. Unconscious and incapacitated. Drops whatever he has and falls prone. Elemental fails strength. Attack rolls against creature has advantage. Any attack that hits a creature has a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet. So yeah, you have to be within 5 feet. Nice. Alrighty. So the dragon priest in front of you, Curse, kind of looks almost as if he's like he's about to throw up. He's like, and he kind of looks at you and goes like that. But when he does it, instead of throwing up, there's a cone of fire that comes out of his mouth. And you are able to succeed by trying to dodge that cone, or to withstand the fire. But unfortunately, still does a fair amount of damage to you. Yeah, the dragon priest tries to take advantage of this and swings his quarterstaff. Ooh. Yikes. And is able to kind of hit you over the side of the head as you're trying to dodge that fire.
Can I use my last die and change that into a 4
Yes.
for that attack so he doesn't take that damage?
Yep, absolutely. So you'd be changing his attack roll?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yep, of course it is. All right, so so you use some of your techniques and are able to dodge that attack. Kursk, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to use my action surge.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack Dragon Priest number 8 with the maul.
Alrighty. Nice. Oh, wait. You have an effect that helps you with that, don't you?
Great weapon feat.
I think you do. I think you have. Yeah, I think it's great weapon, right?
I do.
So there's a way to code that in that it automatically re-rolls it, but I don't remember how. So go ahead. You can re-roll the ones. It's the ones, isn't it?
Yeah, with 2 1s.
Yeah, so you can re-roll both of them. You can just redo damage if you want. There you go. That's better. -5, I think. All right. Nice. All right. The owl.
Same thing with Zeke.
Alrighty.
You can't make it all the way to Cursed.
Okay. Alrighty. Snarg, you're up.
Alright.
So you're able to hit the kobold again and able to destroy him outright.
Yeah, I'll move to there.
Alrighty.
Does that kobold there get an attack of opportunity, or does
He's-
it not because I'm there?
He was unconscious.
Oh yeah, think about that.
It's alright, no problem. He would have, though. He would have gotten a reaction. You're right. So he is unconscious. Zeke, you're up.
I'll just go ahead and finish him off then.
Alrighty, sounds good. Nice. And same critical again. Oh, he's dying as well.
Alright.
Nice.
And then I'll move up.
Alrighty. Move 10 more if you want.
No, I'm fine there.
Okay. Yeah, because just remember that attack of opportunity or reaction's different here. You can kind of go all around a creature without it causing an attack. Alrighty. Osei, sorry.
I'm gonna cast a minor illusion. It'll be a box around Cursed with spikes on it,
Okay,
pointing out.
sounds good.
There's no lid on the box, so he can duck inside of it and then pop out and hit people. If he needs to.
Gotcha. Okay. So they'll think he's undercover. I got you. So he's covered in a box. All right. So Zeke, the other dragon, you see kind of the same thing where he sort of coughs and coughs and coughs. And he lets out a dragon breath towards you. Is that the right one? Yeah. Maybe I'm doing the wrong one, but anyways, this is the one that was supposed to be. You succeed your saving roll as well. And hit you for some damage there.
Doesn't my owl? My owl's technically there too, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Well, does the cone go up?
It goes straight. It's like a. Yeah, it would. It's an entire cone, so it'd be down to the floor and up to the ceiling. So he would fail his.
I don't know how to roll for him. I just tried to grab a.
Yeah. So I can do a Constitution. His Constitution's not that great. You rolled a D20 as well, correct? Oh, sorry, was that the 8? Oh, why don't you roll a D20?
Yeah, I just grabbed
Yeah, the
the
8.
number.
Yeah, it's. I think because it's an NPC, or it doesn't allow you to roll it. So, probably if I was running a campaign, I'd have you make a PC character of whatever familiar you were going to have. So, unfortunately, that does not save the saving throw. Your owl takes 11, 13, 18 damage, which kills the owl.
Or more so, it just makes him disappear.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, let's see. Next kobold is going to swing at Snarg there, now that he sees this metal box in front of him. Takes his quarterstaff, swings around and misses you. Cursed, you're up.
Would I get another surprise since I'm attacking from the box?
Yeah.
Would
Yes.
it be at an advantage?
Yeah, I think advantage would be perfect. I like it.
I'm going to attack the kobold number 8.
Sounds good. Nice. You kind of crush him up against the wall. He falls down as well. Kobold 7 is sort of like, whoa, he didn't expect you to kind of pop out of the box. Any movement?
No, I'll stand fast.
All right, sounds good. Whoops, Snarg, you're up. Yeah, right. All right, so you have flanking?
Alright, so we're playing with the bear flanking. Cool.
Yep.
So I get advantage then.
Correct. Ooh,
Oh my gosh.
those are crappy rolls.
Uh,
So much for advantage. You were worried about the box. All right, Zeke.
Alright. I might use my maneuver again if I miss this attack.
Alrighty, sounds good.
you get advantage to it.
Oh yeah, you do. Roll another another attack to him. Thanks, Sarg. Wow. You want to use your die?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Probably still not enough.
No, first attack did hit. Oh, you did get it.
Sweet, too easy.
So you're able to hit him pretty hard. He's kind of reeling from being attacked from all sides.
And then I'll stand fast there.
Alrighty.
I don't know why my like intern's not working.
What's not working?
The turn complete button.
It's not. Yeah, you were the one. You were having issues with the advantage button too, weren't you?
Yeah, I could turn that on, but it still didn't work for whatever
Weird.
reason.
Nice job with the Ray of Frost. Too bad. Man, the die rolls have turned ugly. Right? Alrighty. So Zeke, he turns around to swing at you again with this. Wow. So he swings around to hit you with the quarterstaff, and he misses. Curse, you're up. Advantage again, being in the box.
I don't know if that's how that works. is it? Because now that he's revealed,
Oh yeah, you're right. That's all right. We'll let it roll. It's fine.
unless the kobold is dumb enough to think that he has now disappeared again, which he could be.
Let me. Yeah, he probably would. I mean, his intelligence isn't that great. All right, so you're able to crush him. Any comments for a critical death?
It'd be die dragon spawn.
Nice.
Don't belch on me.
Alrighty. So you guys have dispatched all the kobolds within the room that you can see.
I'm gonna cast a cure wound.
Alrighty.
Can we take a 10 minutes for myself to ritually summon another familiar?
Thank you, Snorg.
No problem.
I stand guard at the door.
Alrighty.
I'll move to the other door.
Alright, and there's a small, another little tunnel again to the north.
Is it wide enough for someone to fit in?
Yep, very similar to the other little kobold tunnels that you guys have crawled through.
I'll stand here and try and watch for as best I can.
Okay. Uh, 10 minutes pass without any incident. Owl
Would you
has
guys
returned.
like me to send my owl into that tunnel?
So the tunnel it shows the same as before. Several kobold feet that kind of walk through and through the tunnel itself. When he kind of peeks into the next room, he tells you that he sees lots of objects on the wall which appear to be torture devices to him. And he sees there's some enormous weasels that are stuck behind a pen. He also sees what appears to be two kobolds in the room, and the room is lit with torches.
What do you think I say?
Well, do you guys want to check those doors out too?
I say we try the one to the south first.
Sounds good.
Do it.
My owl will help you if you're going to check it out.
All right.
Give you some advantage on finding those traps, Kursk.
Alrighty. Go ahead and give me a perception check there. And another for advantage. Perfect. So you do not see any traps on this door.
Okay, I'm going to try to stealthily open the door.
I'm going to stand back.
Good idea. Alright, go ahead. Even though I've already revealed it. Nice. So you open that door like nobody's business. And you see that this is a large room that's filled with what looks like a lot of trash and crates that have sort of been torn open and whatnot. But you don't see anything that appears to be threatening in the room itself.
Okay, I'm going to continue to move and just peek around the corner here.
As you do, you see that this room is an L-shaped and continues to have the same material inside.
Okay, I'll take the time now to search through the trash and see if we can find anything.
Sure. So as you kind of search around, you just find mainly kind of kobold trash or stuff that you would think that they wouldn't want. Nothing really of value in this room. It looks like it used to be a storeroom, but now is sort of their trash heap or where they throw things that they don't want.
Okay. So, gentlemen, do we want to try to take the short cobalt tunnel, or there looked like there might be a tunnel that would lead into this room further north?
Well, I think that considering that it's lit with torches and we would be kind of bottlenecked through that tunnel that my owl revealed, it might be best to take a better approach by going and following our tracks.
I agree. Or we could send one person through there to hold, and then we move up to the other side, and as we attack, the other one can come out and maybe surprise them from behind.
That could be good.
Who wants to take the tunnel?
I'll take the tunnel.
All right. So
Alrighty.
Z's going to move into position, and we're going to move up.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you see that this does connect to that room.
Do we see anything further north?
Yes, you do. You see that the, thanks for pointing that out to me, that the tracks continue to the north, which ends up ending in a T. The tracks end up turning towards the west. There is no tracks going down the connection to the east. I'll open it up here in a second.
Do we see where the kobolds are positioned?
Yep, I'm going to put them on the map real quick here. They appear to kind of be kind of talking in between themselves and sort of showing each other some things, maybe out of a bag or something like that. Maybe they're souvenirs or who knows what. But the gate to the cage is closed.
And we want to keep it that way.
Oops, yep, hang on one second, I'm sorry. We're supposed to be up here. There we go.
Are there any kind of levers or anything near them where they can
Nope.
open the gate?
No, this gate definitely has a latch on it that needs to be lifted in order for the gate to be opened.
Realistically, we might even be able to avoid this room entirely. Unless we fear that they may be called in as reinforcements later.
I could think that would be the case, and I don't like leaving stuff behind me.
I'd rather kill him.
I'm with Snarg.
I guess I better trust my orcs.
Whoa, I'm not a orc.
I know, you're so touchy about it.
I'm human.
I just call it like I see it.
I'm going to try to see if we can stealthily kind of move and maybe gain a little surprise for a charge on those rascals.
Okay.
So does the owl give me advantage for stealth moves?
It would give you an advantage on whatever check you did, yeah, for your round, technically.
Well, it gives me disadvantage for my armor, so it'd be just like a regular roll.
Correct. That's correct. All right, so you kind of bang in the hallway. Your armor kind of goes dank, 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 dank.
I'm clanking my maul again.
Yep, exactly. However, the weasels definitely can see you and kind of come over to the corner of the to the cage, but the kobolds seem to be fairly distracted.
I'm gonna
I'll wave
try.
Snark up behind me so he
Go
can
ahead.
be close by. We can make an assault to the kobolds.
Alrighty.
Okay.
While they're lining up their attack there, I'm gonna try and move. Oh wait, do we already roll initiative? Never mind.
Not yet. No, it's okay. You can get into position or wherever you want to be. I locked the tokens, but I'll approve it.
Okay. I'm just gonna move up further into the.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to try to move there stealthily.
Sure. So as soon as you cross over there, you feel a thin filament kind of go across your chest, and you hear a twing. And immediately above you, a large bag of hammers fall down, and all these hammers start hitting the ground. Bang, bang, bang. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
See if you can dodge the hammers.
I'll still get advantage.
Yep. Wow. Double 20. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Thanks, Osai. That's for the owl, I assume. Yeah, thank you. So you guys are able to dodge the hammers, but unfortunately, they have now seen you guys, and the surprise is now gone. Let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Zeke still has surprise though, right?
Zeke does have surprise, that's correct. As well as Osai, or Osei, sorry. I keep saying it the wrong way.
Am I close enough to where I realized what just happened over there, like the trap there?
You heard a loud clamor. You're not sure what it was, but I assume you'd probably be looking, and I don't know, Kursk, what would your face look like if you triggered a trap? So you know, it kind of looks like it may have been his fault, and you know how well he stealths anyways. And you see the two kobolds immediately look towards Kursk's position.
Can I do like a perception check for
Yeah,
traps?
absolutely. Alrighty. You don't see any traps. And then a perception check when you have a chance to.
Who?
Zeke.
I just did a perception check.
Or not a perception, initiative, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. I said the wrong word. There we go. Alrighty. Osei, you're up.
I'm gonna do sleep again. I don't
Alrighty.
want them getting near that.
Sounds good. Nice. Both kobolds collapse to the ground. And fall asleep. The weasels are inside the cage and now are making a lot of weasel noises, I guess. However, they're unable to get out of the cage. They kind of pace around. There you go.
Was all that supposed to happen?
Yep, it was. They can't get out of the cage. They're trapped inside, and the other two kobolds are sound asleep. So it's the owl's turn.
The owl will help Snarg.
Alrighty. Zeke.
Since I'm not close enough to attack anyway, I'll go ahead and dash.
Sounds good.
So,
For another 30. Definitely gonna be able to get there. Yeah. All right, Snarg.
Is the cage, is it, how closed up is it? Can I put my javelin?
Oh, you could definitely attack through the holes there.
Oh, it's a hole with me.
They're trying to get at you, and they're pretty close to the hole, so you'll be able to pretty easily stab through. So there won't be any negative modifier. All right. You kind of stab through and kind of yelps back. Kursk.
I'm going to try to sneak up to the cage. Just kidding. I'm going to move up and attempt the same thing as Snarg did.
Alrighty, sounds good. Nice. So you're able to kind of poke the maul through and hit him. And you bring it right down on it and crush it. All right. I'll say. So you're able to hit the kobold with the ray of frost. He does wake up, but he is prone. That one is still asleep. This one takes half his move action to stand.
And he has endless movement speed as well.
Endless movement speed?
He should have
Yeah,
10 less
Frost.
movement speed from Ray of Frost.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. So he can only move 5 feet then. Thank you for letting me know. So he moves up 5 feet and swings at Zeke with his dagger. He hits. Kind of stabs you in the kind of in the side of the abdomen there.
I want a reaction
Sure.
parry.
Yep, absolutely.
And that one's the D10 plus my dex mod, which is 2.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry, D8.
D8. Yep.
Boy.
And those superiority die have not done well for you, have they? So it takes 3 off, I take it, right?
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, 3's better than none, I guess. All right. The weasel has some difficulty trying to bite through the bars there. But nonetheless, we'll try and misses. The other one tries as well. He misses too. Owl.
He'll help Krusk try to poke his little weapon through that fence and kill that weasel.
Sounds good. Again, the weasel likes to eat owls, so it's definitely distracted by the owl that's there. All right, Zeke.
Okay, the one on the left is awake, right?
Yeah, that's correct. The one on the left is awake and standing.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for him since the other guy's unconscious.
Sounds good.
Let me just get one quick look at my abilities real fast.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, so a bonus action happens after your regular action, right?
Whichever order.
Yeah, I was gonna say they can go either way.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to cast a second wind.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Sounds good.
It's just on your turn. You can use a bonus action to regain hit points. So I don't think it takes an actual attack.
You're
You know,
correct.
it's 1d10 plus one fighter level, but I think it's built in.
Yep, yeah, it's built in. So, yep, just drag the heel on top of you. Oh, actually, you can just click on it. There you go. Nice. So it didn't apply. There we go. I don't know why the self isn't working, but there, I put it on there.
Alright, now I'm gonna attack the other guy.
Oh, nice. All right. Now you're able to dispatch that one fairly quickly. Any movement? No, probably not. Oh, you could, I guess.
No, it's hang tight.
All right. Snarg.
Poke this weasel.
You've been waiting all game to say that, haven't you?
Yeah.
All right, so you're able to poke the weasel, and away he goes. All right, Kursk. Oh, sorry, Snarg.
I raise my mighty maul and I scream, "Pop goes the weasel!"
Nice.
Touche.
Oh, no pop though. Nice. Actually, you
shoulda-
can re-roll that too.
What do you mean re-roll it?
Yeah, I think on 1 and 2 you can re-roll for damage because of your weapon superiority.
Okay.
You also technically can re-roll your attack because you have advantage in case you got a crit.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
You want to clean him up and I'll try him again?
Yeah, sure.
Again, he screams, "Pop goes the weasel!"
There we go. Oh, close. He's dying. You could have re-rolled the 2 again, but that's fine. All right, so he's dead. All you have left is a sleeping kobold. Or kobold. Oh yeah, Kursk. We'll say it'll be your turn.
I'm going to cast a minor illusion
Okay.
of a pillow under the kobold's head,
Nice.
and I'm
It's,
running down the hallway.
Nice, I like it. All right, so he's asleep. Assume the owl. Where would you like the owl to be?
Who's next in the order?
That would be Zeke.
Well, I guess they have advantage anyway, so the owl will help me.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just there.
Alrighty. All right, Zeke, you're up.
horrible damage.
Oh man. Alrighty, that's alright. He wakes up. Did you roll a crit? You didn't do a crit though, I don't think.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yep.
Crit.
So if you click on the crit button, like I talked about, grab your damage and drag it back on the kobold, it should do crit damage. We'll see if it does.
Yeah, turn it back to my time.
Oh yeah, sure. There you go. Okay.
No, looks like it still just did the 4.
Yeah. Sorry. He didn't have that many hit points anyway, so he's dead.
Okay.
All right.
Well, since we're out of combat, we'll take the time to go ahead and search the kobolds and the weasel cage.
Yeah, so the weasel cage just shows, you know, some dead weasels in there. There's a little food and water, nothing really of value. The dead kobolds, other than their kind of mundane weapons of daggers and whatnot.
Is there a little kobold tunnel up there to our north?
There is a little kobold tunnel up to the north. The kobolds, yeah, don't have anything, just some flasks of water and whatnot, but nothing else otherwise.
I'll call for Ansi. Ansi, come here. Bring your owl and send him up this tunnel.
My owl goes to check it out.
Alrighty, so the owl sees that it opens up into a large passageway. However, he doesn't see any creatures within the passageway itself. He sees that the passageway goes both east and west. To the west, he noticed that there's another cave-in just past the turn on the tracks, and then to the east, he noticed there's stairs going down.
Okay, let's get your owl to come back and let's go ahead and move around. We'll go ahead and get back in the marching order.
Alrighty.
He'll help you while you're walking or searching for anything.
I'm going to be looking for any kind of traps.
Sure.
I'm not going to try my stealthy self.
Sounds good. I'll take your advantage on searching for traps. So you do see right. Oop, stop right there. Just before you step. Yep. No, you're good. About 5 feet in front of you where you're at. There is a very not a very well hidden pit trap that you see there. Otherwise, you don't see any other traps up to the stairway.
Okay. Point out the trap to everybody.
Alrighty.
And we'll go ahead and move around that trap.
Sounds good.
And I'll continue to look for traps.
Gotcha.
And hopefully the owl's helping me.
Yeah, he's helping you. So you guys continue along. You don't see any traps. As you come to these stairs, you notice that the stairs appear to be pretty well worn. Looks like there's been several tracks that have kind of come up and down, but they do appear to be fairly clean, with not a lot of dirt, as opposed to this area here appears to be covered in a significant amount of dirt. And you can see tracks pretty easily. The stones are made of, or the stairs are made of stone and have been kind of carved into the floor themselves.
Okay, we'll continue on.
Alrighty, sounds good.
And the stairs are going up or down?
They're actually going down.
All right, we'll go down the stairs.
Alrighty. Yep, and the stairs continue down to another map. Drag everybody over. Just a second.
By the way, fellas, this is only my second time playing D&D 5e on Fantasy Grounds.
Is it really?
Yeah, and I haven't played since like 1980 something when I played D&D.
Oh, nice.
Early 80s.
Welcome back, man.
This is my first time on Fantasy Grounds.
That's awesome. I hope you guys like it. I love the program, man. We've been playing Fantasy Grounds for about a year now, and it's great.
I do. Hopefully, I'm doing okay.
I think you're doing great. I'm having a good time. Hope everybody else is. Having a
Yeah,
great
you're
time.
doing awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun. So let me get your characters in here real quick.
I have been wondering about Snarg's voice, though, this entire time.
Well, I got more voice.
He's
He's got a voice modulator.
He does, yeah. It's a little deep.
Yeah.
I think it maybe needs a little less reverb next time, but it's fine now. So I think it's the first time. I think it's the first time you use it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I took the reverb.
I like
I
it.
think it is too.
Yeah, sounds cool. So let's see. So as you guys kind of wrap around here, you do see, kind of peeking around the corner there, that there's additional sort of mine tracks again that kind of mirrors what you had seen up above. However, these mine tracks don't appear to have a cave-in to the west. Then you see a kind of a tunnel outcropping immediately to the north, and then there's one where the tracks continue down to the south.
Okay, we'll continue moving on.
Alrighty. Now that we're at a different level, another perception check if you want.
All right. So that's advantage with the owl.
Correct. You see in front of you is another one of those very fine filaments that kind of goes across the tunnel, just above about 4 feet or so, right around at that height that you see. And then as you look up to the ceiling, you see that there's a row of hand crossbows that have been pointed directly down to the ground, with a string that's connected to each one of the triggers. So if you had tripped it, it would fire multiple arrows down in towards the person that tripped it.
How high up are those crossbows?
They're only up about 10 feet or so, but they're kind of in a little bit of a crevice, like a cutout, so you wouldn't, like a V cut out of the ceiling. So if you weren't looking, you probably wouldn't have seen them if you hadn't seen the trap.
Okay, are they worth even getting a hold of, or are they just junk crossbows?
They look like the hand crossbows that the other kobolds have been, that you guys have been attacking, so they don't appear to have really any significant value to them.
But if we could disarm them, we could cut the lines going to the trigger mechanism on them.
Yes, you could. Yep.
Okay, I just ease up there with my dagger and I cut the trigger mechanisms.
Alrighty. So you're able to cut it without any real significant difficulty, and the trap is now disabled.
Okay, and then we'll just move on.
Alrighty, sounds good. So as you get to that point, you see that the mine shaft tracks kind of extend down about 20 feet, and then the tracks disappear where there's no tracks. They're missing, and then there's more tracks farther south, almost as if they're maybe building some tracks, or maybe they took some tracks out. And then you see the tracks continue off to the west.
I'll look at my party and I said, you want to continue west or go south? I suggest we go west a little bit.
I'd like to investigate those tracks just to see why there would be a break there.
I'm impartial.
My vote's south as well.
Okay, south it is.
Alrighty. So as you're going south, you see the tunnel continues to the south. There's another branch that goes off to the east, but as far as you can see, the tracks continue southward.
Can I take a minute to observe these tracks and just see why it would be broken like that?
Absolutely.
What would that be? A perception then?
Yeah, that would be a perception or even an investigation, maybe to try to determine why the tracks are missing. Excellent. Kursk and Snarg, I need a perception checks. Osei, you see that the tracks were actually here and have since been removed. And then Kursk, just before you stepped off the tracks, you see there's two pit traps immediately south of the end of the tracks. I assume you guys would probably hold off.
We will.
And Snarg, I'm sure Kursk probably put his hand across and stopped you just before you sort of stepped on these pit traps. And then you were able to see him as well.
How deep are the pit traps?
You would have to kind of lift up the covering that's on it to be able to tell for sure. You kind of peek underneath, and they appear to be about, let's see. Only 5 feet deep.
Are there spikes in the bottom?
There are spikes in the bottom.
Well, we could just try to jump across, but I bet that they might all be pit traps. So I think that's why they probably removed these traps. These tracks were to place these traps here. We might have to go all the way around, which is, I'm guessing, where these rail tracks go.
Well, I could assume that, but if they put traps there, that means they're thinking that's protected, so we might want to jump across it. That way we maybe catch them unaware.
I know that my wizard could not jump across that. My skinny wizard legs.
Well, maybe my orc could throw you across.
I mean, the owl can give you advantage, right?
If you guys want to try it, we can try it.
What would that be, an athletics?
Yeah, I think I'd make that athletics, and I would pay to watch this in real life, to be honest. But yes, you could. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, on stage.
How far is it across?
So the the pit only appears to be 5 foot, so it appears to be a 5 by 10 foot pit.
But
So
I'm saying
it's 10 foot across.
No, it's 10 foot in width and 5 foot across. So it's really not that far.
Okay.
Well, hold on, because what I think is, I think the next 10 feet after that are also pit traps. Can my owl check it out to see?
Yeah, sure. The owl can fly down and take a look and see. As your owl gets real close to the floor and kind of flitters around, sort of in circles, checking, to him it appears. You roll a perception.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I put my owl away again.
I got it. No problem. I'll roll it for you. So to him, it appears that there's no pit traps in play. He comes back and says, "All clear."
All right. So when do you guys jump first?
Okay.
Who's gonna jump? Zeke.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Nice. All right, Zeke. Need a little athletics.
Okay. Do we get advantage from the owl or no?
No.
All right.
Look at that.
All right. So I make it across.
Zeke does a handstand, jump over, full plant. Nice. Lands on the other side. Zeke, you can put your guy wherever you want.
I'll fucking double backflip across.
Exactly.
So does he jump just to the other side of the pit right there, or does he go all the way to the tracks?
With a 20, he can go wherever he wants.
Well, if he
Come on.
lands there, then I know that there's not traps. So that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'll land here just for
All
the
right.
sake of
Perfect. So Zeke lands on the other side.
At this time, I grab up Honesty and chuck him across.
It sounds
Yeah,
good.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Since I'm across over here already, can I stand at the edge and attempt to try and catch someone as they're jumping? Maybe give them advantage or something like that, assist them.
Yep, you can. Kursk has now thrown Osei over, and you're able to kind of grab onto him and help stabilize him on the other side of the pit.
Alright.
But you can definitely help the other guys if you want to.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump it this time now.
All right, sounds good. Ooh. So, Kursk, you try to jump, and unfortunately, your first foot hits the edge, and you start to slide in, and end up landing 5 feet in with the spikes kind of stabbing you in the foot.
Could Zeke catch him?
What's that again? Yeah, Zeke, give me a. That's a great question. Give me an athletics to see if you can grab onto him before. Nope, Zeke's not able to grab on, and he slides into the pit, taking 4 damage. So, Kursk, you're in a 5-foot pit. You could easily climb up and out, though, if you need to.
Okay, I'll climb up.
All right, sounds good. You're able to climb out of the pit without any difficulty. All right, Snarg. Snarg's able to also jump over the pit. All right. That was fun. You guys,
And we'll continue to march.
sounds good. As you guys continue down, you see that the tracks end just outside your view. That I'm going to open it here, and then you see it ends in a T-shaped opening, and there's a door to the east.
Along the tracks here, is there still the blue stuff that goes off light? Or purple stuff, rather?
Ooh, that's a great question. Hold on 1 second. Just have to look here and see what they have. Yes, along the tracks there is.
Okay. Go ahead and move up here.
Alrighty.
If somebody wants to check out that door, my owl will help.
I'll do it.
Alrighty.
And I'm looking for traps and seeing if the door's locked.
Alrighty, sounds good. So you do not see any traps and the door does not appear to be locked.
Do I hear anything behind the door?
Yes, you hear sounds of snoring.
I think somebody else that might be a little more stealthy than me should use the owl and creep open the door.
Somebody has a +3 dex, I seem to remember, right?
Well, all of us have got heavy armor on, so we're at disadvantage for it.
Oh, well, I can do it. Actually, I can let... What if my mage hand does it? If I do mage hand, does that have an ability to open a door stealthily?
I have no idea. Let me look. Yes, you can open an unlocked door or container. Doesn't say anything about stealthily, but you can try to open the door with it.
Oh, then I'll just try myself to do it quietly
Alrighty,
with the help of my owl.
sounds good. No, that wasn't on purpose, Zeke. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
it was a misdrag. So you're able to open the door. When you open the door, you find that there's a room containing a bunch of beds, and there's 6 kobolds sound asleep in the beds. No turns necessarily, but unless you guys decide to do something that would wake them up.
Quickly wave to Honesty and wave him back to where we're at.
Alrighty.
That way we can get the meat puppets up front.
Hmm. Well, these guys are just, regular tunnelers, so I don't think they pose too much of a threat.
Well, since they're asleep, everybody could try to sneak in there, and we could all ready an attack or something and all attack at the same time and see if we could just kill them all in one round. Well,
Yeah,
close
but
to.
we're also all wearing heavy armor though. Well, not
Well,
all
I
of
mean,
us, but most of us.
but they're all asleep, so we should probably get an advantage. At least we'll just be doing straight rolls.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll go wherever the party wants to.
Go in there, guns blazing.
Is that good for us to have an advantage to sneak in there
Yeah,
for
oh.
the guys that are wearing armor?
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys know they're there. They're sleeping, so yep. So you're able to get in there, Kursk. Snarg, you have no issues getting inside.
It's still not letting me.
That was weird. I saw it. It was a 13. You're able to get in. I don't know why it's not working, letting you use your advantage, Zeke. That's weird.
I don't think it's the advantage that's doing it. I think it's just the fact that I've got the
Oh, it's probably your character sheet.
well, I've got the stealth disadvantage turned on my armor, which it should be because it's heavy armor.
Right.
But whenever that's off, I can roll a stealth no problem.
Weird.
I think. I'm gonna just test it out.
I've got mine turned on.
Yeah, I see Kursk's is on.
See, it let me roll it normally,
Weird.
but if I turn disadvantage on,
Then it errors out for you. I know, that's bizarre. I've not seen that before. Yeah, I see it. It doesn't record your. Oh, it did that time. Oh well. Anyways, so that's fine. You're able to get in. So you guys are all inside. All right. Go ahead and you all can pick a kobold, a target, and whenever you're ready, you guys can roll your attack rolls. Everybody can roll at the same time or whenever. It doesn't matter. I think you have to do an attack roll with advantage. Snark. Oh, there's a crit. Oh. Oh, Zeke! What the hell? Zeke missed.
I don't know how to do this with my weapon.
So what you do is click the red advantage button below, and then on your action tab, see the die that's on the dagger, the melee one, the one with the knife. You grab that, and yep, there you go. Man, crits everywhere! Holy smokes! And then just roll your damage for that's right next to it to the right, onto the creature. Zeke's so sleepy, man. You missed, buddy. All right.
Well, it's 4 in the morning here.
I know it's late. I get it. It's really late. It's 4
I'm
in the
good.
morning here too. Yeah, I'm doing okay too. Which one were you taking? 15. That was dead as well. Alrighty. None of the remaining sleeping kobolds had heard or were awakened by the attempts.
Hey, we get to do it again.
Yep.
While they're attacking, I would like to check over here for traps
Sounds good.
with the help of my owl.
Yep. Go ahead and give me a roll. Nice. There you go, Cursed. You see no traps on that south part of the tunnel. Go ahead, Zeke. Give me a roll, and same with Snarg. There you go, Snarg. Nice.
The Zeke whack at that one last kobold.
Yep. He just needs to take a swing at him. Be all set.
Is he still asleep?
Oh, sorry, buddy. There you go. Nice. Go ahead and roll the crit. Roll the damage, I should say. Nice. There you go. Alright, so you guys are able to kill all the sleeping tunnelers. And Say is in the hallway there. So you see that the hallway kind of continues both east and west. However, there is a door kind of in the southwest tunnel. But this door is unusual. It appears to have a padlock on the outside of the door.
Keeping something in.
I'd like to search the room.
Oh yeah, go for it. Sorry, my bad.
Already threw a perception out there.
Oh, thank you. I missed it. As you search through the room, you see that there's various picks and other tools for the tunnelers. However, no items of any significance value other than some dragon idol things.
Is there a crowbar?
Yes, there is a crowbar.
I snatch up the crowbar.
Alrighty. So as you look, the tunnels kind of move both directions. There's a door a little bit farther on the north wall in the western passageway with some tracks that are here and there. And there's some small kobold tunnels as well. And then to the east, you see that this has kind of been roughly sort of carved out or hewn and bends down to the south.
Which way do you want to go, gentlemen?
Well, there's this locked door, this one that's down here by us, and it's locked with a padlock on the outside, meaning that they want to keep something in there. Maybe we find our girl.
Or keep kobolds out. Can I borrow your owl there, Aunsey? I'd like to go ahead and use perception check and check for traps. The door's locked, and see if I hear anything behind it.
Sure. So as you walk up to the door, you notice that the door has a horizontal slot cut through the center, and the door is kind of wrapped, like we talked about, in a thick chain and with a heavy padlock. Suddenly, you see a frail little hand shoot out of the slot, reaching for you, and a desperate whisper you hear, "Help! Help me, please! Quick, hurry!"
I go, "Who are you?"
"I'm Zeta. Help me, please!"
I look at the fellow party members. I said, "Was Zeta the little girl with the boy?"
Yep.
That's right.
That's little sister.
What was your brother's name?
She's like, Kevmar, Kevmar, help me quickly. They're coming back, I promise. They'll be here shortly. They always come.
Okay, get away from the door.
So she slowly, hand slowly gets withdrawn back inside.
And which would be the best way? I'm looking at the door, and I've got this giant crowbar here now, and try to break the lock off with a crowbar.
The lock and the metal chain looks pretty good. You could definitely try to break it open. That'd be a strength check.
I've also got a crowbar too as part of the dungeoneering kit. I think.
Okay.
Is it big enough for us both to fit and us both to pry at the same time?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a huge lock, especially for kobolds, which seems unusual.
Okay.
So both me and Zika get up here with a crowbar and try to pry the door open.
Sounds good.
Or the lock off.
The lock off. Okay. So who has the higher strength?
I've got athletics.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you have the better athletics, Blakely. What's your athletics, Zeke?
+4.
All right. What do you got?
Mine's +5.
All right. So Kursk, why don't you roll with advantage, with Zeke helping you? So all of a sudden you hear clink, pop, and pop down the lock, and it falls down to the ground. This seemed to be pretty easy for both of you guys, kind of working in tandem.
Okay, we open up the door.
Yeah, so you unwrap the chain and open up the door, and you see there's a small girl who's obviously has some bruises on her face, as well as her clothes are kind of torn, her hair is very disheveled and sort of matted down. She immediately runs up and gives Zeke a hug. Sorry, Krusk, but you're a little too big. And she says, "Thank you, thank you." She's like, "Who's got a dagger? Who's got a short sword? We need to go. We got to take care of these guys. I need to pay them back."
I offer her my light crossbow.
She's like, I don't really know. And she's kind of like pulling on the string, trying to go. She's like, "Do you have something that I could, use it?"
I've got a dagger for you.
Excellent. She grabs it and tries to do something pretty cool, which is really not that great, but she tries. She's like, all right, let's get him.
Get who?
Whatever these dragon creatures are, of course. They killed my brother. They beat me. She's like, all I remember is they stabbed my brother in the chest, and then next thing I know, they hit me in the head, and I woke up and I was in a minecart.
Do we want to try and get her out of here, or?
Well,
It may be best, but we can't. I wouldn't try tossing her across the pit.
True.
and I don't think we can take her with us further in the dungeon, especially with how eager she is. We got to talk this little girl into something else.
Maybe an illusion of a pony will pacify her.
Pony.
My Little Pony. I'm going to peer inside her cell. How big is her cell?
Her cell is 10, 20, 30 by 20 with a bed in the corner.
Are there any other entries to the cell?
There's not, and actually, as you guys look at this, it appears that this was kind of like haphazardly made into a cell. It looks like it maybe was an office before or something, because there's a desk and there's some, some furniture and whatnot in here.
I'm going to go ahead and go in there and look into the desk and furniture and search for anything that would give us any kind of information or loot.
Sure. So, as you kind of rifle through the desk, you find out that these mines actually used to be mined by the humans and the dwarves in the northern region, and they had gotten a lot of very valuable jewels out of here. But unfortunately, the mine had run dry, and they had written letters that they were alas going to be leaving the area. And you don't see any other sort of writings about kobolds or anything else pertaining to that. This seems to be more from the previous mine owners that were there before.
Okay. I'll go out and I'll let the party know that, gentlemen, all I found was these letters about the mine. It was done by humans, and it looks like the mine's run out. It was just an old office.
Zeta kind of tugs on Osei's arm. She kind of tugs on it a little bit. Mister?
Yes, girl.
Do you have any food? I'm hungry.
I give her one of my day's worth of rations.
She sits down and immediately starts to devour it, sitting on the train tracks while you guys are discussing what's going on. She sets the dagger down on her lap, which is within quick reach if she needs it.
There's a question. How big are those beds?
The bed's up to the northwest.
Mm-hmm.
They're small beds, but you probably could put a couple next to each other or at lengthwise to make it into a medium-sized bed.
I'm just curious about trying to fashion something to get Zeta over the pit with.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, you probably could improvise it. They're probably about 3.5 feet long.
Well, maybe we just use the desk in there and throw it down in the pit, and then she could hop down and up. It should be like a couple of feet.
You could do that too. Yep.
Possibly. Or just take all the beds and chunk them into the fucking pit and fill the pit up.
That would work too.
I say we do that.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. So she sees you guys are getting ready to move. She stands up quickly, grabs her dagger, and she's like, all right, let's go get them, guys.
Follow us.
She's like, okay. She says, are we going to the large cavern?
What large cavern?
The large cavern with a machine that's bigger than a house? Definitely bigger than my house. Did you guys see it?
We're gonna get you to safety first.
Oh,
and
thank
then
you.
We'll worry about that machine.
Thank you.
But from here, which direction is that large machine cavern?
I'm not sure. There was like this. It was a kobold. He was like shouting, and um, uh, I couldn't really understand him. Dragon thing. And then next thing I know, they dragged me to this room. It wasn't this way though. I've never been this way.
Okay.
It was.
Well, let's go.
I never saw any sort of tracks like this. Is this for mine carts or what? What is this for?
You said you awoke in a minecart.
Oh yes, yes, that's right. It must be how I got down here.
Hmm.
So we fill the pits up with beds.
Okay.
And can we walk across now?
Yep, you sure can.
So I asked the party, we're in agreement, we're going to take her back to town.
Yeah.
Was
Unless
there
anyone has any objections?
was there anything else we were charged with finding? I know that they were having many things stolen from the town.
Oh, we're coming back.
All right, then let's do that.
All right. So you guys are gonna go back up and around and take her out.
Yes.
All right. So she continues to follow you guys up and out. Just to save her some time, you guys are able to get her up to the top without any difficulty. She's kind of a little bit upset that you guys aren't destroying all the kobolds, but she seems to understand, and she says, I know how to get home from here. I don't need any babysitters. I'm a big grown girl. I've got a dagger. I'm fine.
How far? How far is it to her to get back to town? Is it daytime or nighttime?
So at this point, let's see, you guys took a short rest only. So it's probably pretty close to morning time at this point. It's maybe a 45-minute walk or so. It's fairly close.
I say we just take her to town and then we come back.
Sounds good. Maybe we can do a
Alright.
long rest there real quick and then come back.
Okay, I agree.
Okay. So you guys take her back into town. You see, as you're kind of coming up and over the hill where you had found her brother, the town folk are kind of peering over, and you see several women kind of running, and of course Zeta immediately takes off saying, "Mom, Mom!" and she kind of runs to her, and they kind of pick her up and whatnot. You do see Matt Zog, who kind of comes up the hill, and he's got a big smile on his face, and he's like, "Ah, you found her! You've destroyed the menace. Obviously, if you found her, where'd you guys get her?"
Just explain, about the cave that we found and generally what we found there. A bunch of kobolds. She was locked in a dungeon there.
It looked like an old abandoned mine that she was found in with a bunch of kobolds.
Oh yes, of course. That's the old mines that used to mine the minerals here. There used to be a settlement that was quite to the north. I hadn't known anybody had been in there in quite some time. The kids used to play in there a lot, a long time ago. I'm surprised the kids hadn't wandered into that. So do we have anything else to fear? Oh, we're so thankful you guys have helped us.
Well, we haven't finished our job here yet, and we're going back into the mines to find out what the rest of the issue is.
Oh, okay. Oh dear.
But at this time, we're looking for a place maybe we could do some lodging for the night or for a rest.
Oh, absolutely. You brought home our girls 100%.
Do you think that if we had a long rest, that the kobolds would do some regrouping at the cave?
They could. How long is a long rest? 8 hours?
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
Yeah.
They could do some in 8 hours, but we can continue on, or we can go back and kick it. I don't care one way or the other.
I'm fine either way. We can go straight back if you want.
We can still knock out a short rest.
Okay, sure.
Okay. You guys want to take the short rest here in town, or where you guys want to take it?
I think in town.
Yeah, that's fun.
Alrighty. So I'll cycle it. If you want to use some of your dice, hit die to take care of HP, you can. Alrighty. So after about an hour of rest, and you guys are at the inn, and they give you some free food and drink. Everybody's kind of pretty jubilant inside, patting you on the back. Matzog also says, "Hey, last night was the first night we haven't had any raids. Nobody lost anything last night. You guys must have been busy in there." Kind of pat you on the back.
Yes, Mazov, we believe the kobolds were the ones stealing things from you.
Oh, we're so thankful you guys are here. Oh, he's like, he kind of looks over. He says, "I told you these guys would do it. I knew it." Everybody's like, "Yeah," they're all cheering and whatnot.
All right, then I think we continue on back to the mine.
Alrighty. So as you guys make it through the woods again and come up to the mine entrance, can I have some perception checks and stealth checks, please?
You say perception and stealth?
Yeah, if you don't mind, unless you guys aren't going to be stealthing, but I assumed you probably would be. Dang. All right. So as you guys come up to the entrance of the mine, it appears that nothing has been done to the door itself, and what's it called? You don't see any creatures outside the mine.
We'll go ahead and continue on inside.
Alrighty. So as you guys, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I would assume that we'd just continue the original path we took back down to where we were, unless there was some kind of encounter that happened before then.
I agree. You guys okay with that?
Yep, and we'll still be using perception along the way there with the owl to make sure there's they didn't set any traps on the way.
Sounds good. Why don't you give me a perception with advantage?
Anyone in particular, or?
Perfect. It doesn't matter, whoever.
Okay.
That works. So you are able to see that some additional traps have been set up in the upper areas of the mine. However, you don't see any additional kobolds in the area. You guys are able to get back down to where the pit traps are. You do see that the beds that were placed inside the pit have now been burnt, and now there's just some burnt husks in there. The pit is still there. However, the spikes and whatnot seem to be deemed pretty ineffective due to the fact of all the burnt beds and whatnot.
Alright. I'll try to jump back over.
Alrighty. Nice jump again. Zeke, man, that's your thing.
Alright, and then again, I'm gonna help anybody else who's jumping across.
Alrighty, you guys can have advantage for jumping.
Oh, was somebody gonna toss the mage? Or wizard? Or sorcerer?
Get
Or
reach
whatever.
across and pull them over. Yeah.
All right. I tossed the
Magic.
mage. That rolls for tossing the mage.
Alright, fair enough. I thought it was supposed to be dwarves we're supposed to toss, not mages, but... Nice. So he's able to make it across as well.
Well, I was going to suggest the halfling town leader there. When you were toting him. So honestly, I threw you. You're over here.
There we go. Oops. All right.
Y'all wanting to head on to the right? Looks like there's somewhat of a big opening over there. That's probably what she was talking about.
All right. You guys gonna head down that way?
Yep, and I'm. Can I have the owl to make perceptions there? I'm looking for traps.
Alrighty. So as you're coming around, you don't find any traps.
I'm also listening to hear if I hear little kobolds pitter patter their feet or talk or anything like that.
Alrighty. I'm just going to open it up all the way across there. So as you continue down, you don't hear any pitter-pattering of feet. You do see that there's a significant amount of traffic that is in the dirt here. However, you also see that some large objects have been dragged through the dirt that has left long streaks of objects being dragged. Unsure what they are.
Let's get Onsi up here, take a look at it, and see if he can determine what it is.
Yeah, sounds good. So, Ansi, you kind of look, and it appears to be maybe pieces of wood or large timbers. That's kind of what it looks like, more construction type material that may have been dragged.
I turn and let them know, and I think that this is a good sign because whatever was dragged through here, it might be leading to the point where the big machine is that she was talking to us about.
Okay. So as you kind of continue down, you see that there's multiple passageways and a lot of areas that are dug out. The stuff that's being dragged appears to continue down to the south. There is a passageway that does go off to the west.
What way are the tracks going?
The tracks are heading dead south.
I say we keep going that way.
I second that.
Alrighty. The tunnel continues to head south. And Kursk, as you kind of continue down that pathway there's no traps. You see that the passageway then starts to open up into a large room that is lit bright by oil lanterns. I'll let you guys rearrange on the new picture. As you enter, the passage kind of widens into a gigantic rock cavern. You see lots of scaffolding and kind of stacks of construction materials stacked all over the place. In the center of the room, there's a enormous dragon sculpture that dominates the room. The sculpture is kind of a mismatch of dragon bone and metal plates, and it's held together with baling wire and struts and fence posts and leather bindings. There's a huge pair of canvas wings that are drawn close to its back. The cracked dragon skull adorns the top with a long neck studded with metal spikes. You see that there's a robed kobold that barks orders to teams of other kobolds, lowering a giant glass jar filled with murky water into the hatch on the dragon sculpture. You see something fat and pale gurgling just below the water surface as the hatch snaps shut.
From this distance, am I able to determine what it is I'm seeing in that glass?
Yeah, give me a perception and let's see if you can see it.
My owl will help me.
Alrighty. So from this distance, you're unable to tell what it is. Go ahead and give me some stealth checks if you guys don't mind. So let's see if they can see you.
Rolling 2 because my disadvantage isn't working for whatever reason.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's okay. Um,
I'm rolling 2 because that's the way I roll on stuff.
So what you guys see is you see some guards that are kind of over by the boxes to the far east. You see the robed kobold kind of right up by the dragon itself, and then you see multiple sort of other kobolds that have picks and whatnot that match the general description that you've seen before as tunnelers, kind of working inside around the boxes and whatnot. Definitely seems to be the center of activity in this area.
I gotta say, after watching Snarg just absolutely obliterate kobolds thus far, I'm pretty confident about this.
Nice.
Snarg.
I think it was Crust, but that's all right. All orcs
Well,
look
either
alike.
That's what he's trying to say.
I know, right?
I'll cast Bless quietly on the meat shields.
Alrighty, sounds good. Even though Kursk was making quite a bit of noise as he was kind of walking up, they don't appear to really have noticed you guys at this point.
I ask honestly, could he cast an illusion similar to the dragon contraption they have there?
It could only be it could only fit within a 5-foot square cube.
Okay.
So while you guys are kind of discussing that briefly, there's a few of the kobolds that kind of walk up and they have some additional like wood and canvas that they're taking up onto the scaffolding.
I could cast a minor illusion of a petrified version of Zeta. Maybe draw some of their attention or something. I don't know.
I suggest that you try to sleep these this group over here at the west side with the 2 guards and the other small kobolds.
The range of sleep.
90 feet, I think, right?
Oh, well, yeah, you should be fine then. Try and get those 2 worm shields.
Okay, I'll sleep those.
Tunnelers are probably gonna run.
Well, I'm going to try to do my intimidation thing and see if we can get in, close the gap on the one sitting up on the dragon thing.
All right. Why don't you guys give me
Yeah,
initiatives while you guys are discussing it too? Thanks. Yes, he is. It's very quick. It's that feet alertness.
Yeah, I think it's a good one for a wizard.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, unless you're just blasting everything, but
Yeah, I like it. All right.
so are we all successfully stealthed or
Yes, you are. I mean, there's enough noise going on in there that they don't know you guys are there yet.
I say we assault as soon as they get the sleep out.
I'll take primary and the mage if you want. I can do a vow against them to get advantage on everything.
Okay, did you hit us with bless already?
Yep, you guys should be good.
All right. Oh, nice roll. So, how many are there? 1, 2. No way. All 5 of them fall asleep.
are they alerted? Is everybody else alerted to our presence or
1 second. I'm going to roll a perception. Actually, why don't we do this? This is a little uncharacteristic, but Osei, can you roll a stealth check for me? So you're able to cast a spell, and when they are all moving into position, that they actually collapse behind boxes, and nobody notices that they're asleep.
I turn around and look at the orcs and I give a little flex of my weak wizard muscles.
All right. Kursk. Still kind of surprised. Oh, I see you're dashing across.
Yes, I am. And as I'm doing it, I'm bellowing a mighty yell, again attempting to intimidate.
Alrighty. As you're yelling, as you're running across the area, you see the robed kobold spies you, and he screams, "Rafrash, Rashpikash!" And as he does that, the sculpture behind him immediately springs to life. The canvas wings suddenly spread open, and the sound like a cracking whip, sending a gust of wind that knocks the 2 kobolds on the scaffolding off and into the floor. The dragon construct kind of rears up on its hind legs and roars that shakes the chamber. "Who dares disturb Kerrang?"
Holy shit.
You can do your intimidate check if you'd like to, but now that this thing has animated, it'll be at disadvantage.
And it didn't make any difference anyways.
No. This beast kind of bangs again, and you see a cotter ping that was holding the creature kind of down, kind of shoots across the mooring and pings off the cave wall. The beast's forearms crash back down to the earth and squashing one of the kobolds to a red pulp that was underneath it. You see, though, when it does that, that a large metal breastplate kind of falls from the construct and clatters on the floor. This reveals sort of an empty cavity and a detached hose. It looks like you've arrived before the construction was complete.
All right.
And you can definitely see this crust as you get close to it. All right. Okay, Zeke.
All right. Let's see here.
Did I need to apply the sleep effect to those guys?
Yeah, if you don't mind, while we're moving through the rest, that'd be great.
All right, I'm gonna move up there,
Okay.
and I'm gonna pull out my crossbow.
Alrighty.
Attempt to shoot at the gyro guy.
Sounds good.
I don't think that worked.
There it goes.
There we go.
So you're able to hit him? And he takes damage. You're able to kind of pokes him right into the side of the shoulder there, the left shoulder. Poof. Alright. Snark.
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
I'll dash up.
Alrighty. What would you like the owl to be doing?
I would like my owl to also dash up.
Okay. I think he can fly 60 feet.
Oh, he can go 60.
I think he can, yeah. He's speedy.
Well, then if he can get all the way up there, which one of you is the heavier hitter? Probably the fighter, probably Krusk.
Yeah, I think Crust has been doing the more damage.
Okay, we'll have the owl help Kursk.
Alrighty. I'll move him up there, and then go ahead and you can do your next attack, Osai. Osai. I think after 6 hours I could figure out that name.
Yeah, you'd think.
Yeah, you'd think.
Which were you guys hitting? Were you guys hitting the dragon or the kobold leader?
Looks like the leader, I think, is what they were hitting.
Yeah, Zeke only went after him. And I don't think this is really a drat. Well, to me, it looks more like a construct.
Are constructs technically creatures?
I don't think so.
I'm thinking it's summoned or something.
Then I'm gonna cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on this kobold leader.
Okay, sounds good.
It's
So a creature of your choice within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into a fit of laughter. The target must succeed a wisdom saving throw or fall prone, becoming incapacitated. Definitely has an intelligence higher than 4. You have to maintain concentration. Let's see. If the spell affects it. So she needs a wisdom saving throw, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yes.
Alrighty.
DC 13.
She fails, so she does fall down to the ground, immediately starts laughing and uncontrollably.
That save is repeated. I mean, it's not the greatest spell, but it is repeated every time
Okay.
she takes damage, I think.
Let's see what it says.
With advantage.
Gotcha. At the end of each turn and each time takes damage, target make another wisdom. Target has advantage. Yep. Okay, gotcha. So every turn she has to roll that. If she doesn't, if she takes damage, then okay. All right, got it. And then if you, yeah, and that's your concentration. So if you cast another concentration spell, that cancels that one. All right, cool. Oops. Sorry. I think we're on the tunnelers.
But if she's incapacitated, is that free crits?
I'll look and see. Incapacitated, cannot take actions or reactions. That's all it says on it. She is prone. So for prone, you would have disadvantage. She takes disadvantage attack rolls, which she can't do. And an attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet. Otherwise, the attack roll is disadvantaged. So ranged attacks are disadvantaged. Melee are advantaged. So Zeke, these tunnelers immediately start to run over towards you. Swinging their picks at you. However, you notice once the second one gets close to you, he seems to be, the other one seems to be kind of taunting you and giving you difficulty on telling which one to fight. They have pack tactics, which means that they get advantage. But we still missed. That Rockstar armor class you got there. I'm just using 11 to roll all their attacks. It's the other ones, though. He misses as well.
Holy freaking shit.
That one misses too.
You didn't scare him, Zeke.
Didn't do the war cry, is that what you're saying? That one can't run any farther. This one runs up trying to hit Kursk.
Really?
Yep. He misses as well. Kursk is up. Frustrating. So you kind of go up the stairs.
Yep, I'm going to move up there so I can take a swipe at Jaro. I'm going to use my action surge.
Alrighty.
You have the owl, right? So you got advantage.
Yep.
The bless gave us advantage, I think, already too.
Yeah, the bless gives you plus 1d4, and then you can get the additional advantage as well. So yeah, you got like double. So that's a hit. All right.
And I'm gonna make a second attack on her.
Okay.
Wait, one of those is a 1. You get to reroll the 1, right?
Oh yeah, he's right. Yep. Just roll a d6 for me. Awesome. So it's a 5 additional damage. Thanks for catching me.
She also makes her save.
Yep. I'll roll quick. She's still on the ground though, so you can roll your thing.
Yeah, still got another attack.
You said DC 13, right?
Yeah.
She makes her save. So she's only prone now. Nope, doesn't matter. Dead now. Woke up just in time. Wow.
To see the hammer fall.
Wrecked.
Nice.
And I'm going to just go into defensive posture.
Okay, for your second move. So that means attacks are at disadvantage, correct? If I remember correctly, I think it is. Do you see? Nope, I don't have an effect for it. I thought I did, but I'll have one next time. All right. So Kerrang immediately turns towards Kursk, takes a 5-foot step forward. And so this this construct kind of very clumsily kind of walks forward towards you. Immediately opens its jaws, and a large amount of fire comes shooting out.
Of course.
Of course, right?
Bye, owl.
I get advantage on the savings throw.
Yep. So I'll just put mine. I think this may roll weird, so just bear with me for a second, okay? I'm not sure which one I do to give you advantage for this. So hang on. Give you advantage? It did. Okay, cool. So you're able to succeed. I don't know about the owl. Looks like Snarg, you're gonna have. Owl has a deck, so let's see. We'll see what it rolls. Ooh, Snarg, you didn't succeed that. The owl succeeded. And so, nope, didn't apply. Oh, that's because I didn't have everybody targeted. The owl disappears.
Wait, I thought everybody succeeded their save. Oh, they just take half damage. It's fine.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, I applied it to I think Snarg first and then half to everybody else. Alright, Zeke.
I'm gonna try and beat some of these little bastards off of me.
Alright.
Alright, so I'm probably use my action surge.
Alrighty, sounds good.
So, I guess it don't matter which one I attack, I'll just attack them.
You're able to hit. It's dead.
Wow. And then, yes, action surge for the crags.
Alrighty.
And then,
again.
And with my movement, I don't want to leave the other guy hanging. I think I'm gonna.
They will get a reaction.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of think about that.
No problem.
All right, I'll just chill.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Snarg.
I'm gonna do vow of anonymity or something like that. So
Wow.
it's a bonus action, and I get advantage on all attacks for 1 minute against him.
Okay. You're able to hit him. Kind of hit his tail, which kind of shreds it up a little bit. All right. Save.
I'm going to cast Mirror Image on myself,
Okay.
but I don't know how that works.
Alrighty. Let's check and see.
No, I mean like on my like how I use it in this
Yeah, in this realm.
program.
Sure. I don't think there's a real good way to do it, so we'll just, if it happens, we'll do it like old school way. So go ahead, you can cast the mirror image. Perfect. So there's 3 other images of you kind of running across.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They persist for 1 minute.
Okay. Alrighty. Tunneler 1 again tries to attack you. Zeke. He misses again. 16 moves in. He misses as well. 2 tries to hit you. Krusk, but you're a little bit higher than he is, so he has to step over behind you to be able to get up, kind of come around the steps. He misses as well. And the last one tries to attack Zeke again. All swinging their pickaxes. And he misses. First.
I'm gonna swing my mighty maul.
Alright. Able to hit. Bang up against it again. Some parts, a little bit of metal kind of falls off, and one of the wings kind of, the canvas tears because it was kind of out.
Can you reroll twos?
Yep, you sure can. 6. Yep. You get stuck with the reroll, whatever it is, I believe. So.
You do.
That's all right.
Also, I'm gonna use my what is that thing? Second wind.
Alrighty. So just drag the plus sign and drop it on yourself, and it should auto apply.
I don't see a plus sign.
Let me see your character sheet. You see on the action tab, there's says special ability, second wind, and there's a like a red cross plus red sign. Just grab and drag that across and put it on your guy.
I got it. I just had to open up the window.
Yep, no problem. There you go. So Kerrang immediately head kind of rears back and kind of comes down onto Krusk as if he's going to try to eat him right on the top of the head. Unfortunately, he misses wide and hits the wooden platform, and a lot of wood kind of breaks apart. Zeke.
Trying to beat these kobolds off me again.
Say boo.
There you go, that's a hit. It's dead.
I guess I'm kind of stuck here. I want to attack, so
Alrighty.
I'll chill again.
Snark. Nice. So you're able to hit him with your maul. Alright, I'll say.
I forgot that I could use sleep as a level 2 spell, so I probably should have done that a long time ago.
Alright. Is that for...
I'm gonna sleep those other 2 guys up there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, they definitely fall asleep.
Well, let me see if I can get that guy too. So I'll get all 3 of those. And I am out of spells.
That's it. All right. Kursk, you're up.
Continue on with a mighty blow with the maul. I definitely get the reroll that one.
Yeah, definitely. There you go. Nice. Make a nice connection there. Alrighty. Kerrang, I think. He rears that head back up again and tries to hit you. Kursk unfortunately misses again. Sleep. Alright, Zeke.
Are you able to get up there?
Yeah, you probably could
No.
actually.
No, I can get to the foot of the stairs. I can't get all the way up.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So I'm gonna place myself over here so I'm kind of out of the cone, hopefully.
Sounds good.
And crossbow.
Alrighty. Nice. So you're able to hit it? Oh, you guys put it into critical. So you see more parts fall off. One of the wings actually is just barely hanging on. Alright, Snark. Nice. So Snarg, you're able to hit it, and it immediately kind of falls into pieces. You see this glass jar sort of fall down and out of the creature itself and smashes against the wood, and liquid kind of pours out all over the place. And inside you see this what appears to be kind of a beating heart that slowly kind of continues to slow down and eventually stops.
Jesus. Gold, whoever eats the heart.
What was that again?
I said 5 gold, whoever eats.
Yeah. Now we can
I
go.
guess we'll collect the heart up.
Okay, sounds good. We can go through and have you guys attack each of these, or we can just say that you guys are able to kill them all.
I go, we've already killed them all.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're all unconscious, and the tunnelers don't have much hit points. So. So you guys noticed that some kobolds had kind of come down the entrance pathway behind you now that you've had some time. Immediately when they see the carnage that has happened in this room, you see them immediately start running to the north and disappearing around the curve.
Now, what kind of kobolds did they look like? Were they carrying weapons or
No,
picks?
these were the picks. They were carrying picks.
Were they whistling while they worked?
They were.
Is there any fat loot in the room?
Yeah, so as you kind of go through the room, you guys find that underneath this platform here, there definitely was some boxes and crates. And when you guys open them up, you guys find several nice pieces of leather armor as well as a set of scale mail armor.
There's also several flasks that are in one of the boxes. And there's a cap that's in there as well.
Cap.
Yeah. It's a nice looking hat.
Sweet. Let's go back to town and let everyone know about our wondrous victory.